We are following breaking news at this hour. Right now, the President of the United States is landing at LAX.
President Donald Trump will tour the devastation caused by the Palisades fire. It's unclear if he will visit Altadena to see the damage caused by the Eaton fire.
Here's a live look from the tarmac at LAX. This is the president's first presidential trip to California since his return to office. Now, he's expected to meet with state Democratic leaders whom he has repeatedly blamed for these kinds of wildfires. President Trump has said wildlife protections have been blocked access to much needed water to put out the flames.
Want to bring in our chief political reporter, Conan Nolan. Conan, we're told that Governor Gavin Newsom was not invited, but now we're hearing he was cleared to be at the tarmac. How do you think this all plays out once he arrives and sees the president for the first time here in California since taking office again?
Well, there's a bit of an acrimonious relationship in the past, certainly through social media texts over the past 4 years. But keep in mind, Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump got along well when it came to the natural disasters in this state in the president's first term. The Camp Fire, for example, and the fire up at Paradise in Northern California. They held news conferences together, and Gavin Newsom was effusive in his praise for Donald Trump back then because everything they wanted from the federal government and the White House they got. Now, something has changed since then. After President Trump was reelected, the governor of California called the White House or called his campaign to offer his congratulations. No response. I believe he's reached out since then. No response. And so there is a bit of a disconnect. Yesterday, we did not believe that the governor was going to be anywhere near this because it didn't appear that the White House wanted him there. In our interview with Gavin Newsom yesterday afternoon, he said he was going to show up at the tarmac anyway because he wanted to directly tell the president some of the correct him on some of what he called the misinformation that has been that he's been spewing out as a result of the wildfire response and issues such as the Delta smelt in the California water project and whether or not there's enough water for the southern San Joaquin. That issue was brought up even today by the president. And then today we heard from the governor's office at the White House has said, sure, okay, we will meet him. Probably just on the tarmac. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a sort of a confrontation or an awkward moment. But yeah, it's unlike anything we've ever seen before. Not even in Mr. Trump's first term, this disconnect between local officials, the President of the United States, in an emergency that has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, let's talk about some of that. He's indicated he sees aid for California as leverage. The President of the United States says he wants two things from California, Conan.
Right. He wants voter ID laws, and he also he believes that there's some great big spigot you could turn which would fast track more water from the Central Valley and Northern California to the southern San Joaquin Valley farmers and to LA. That's not true. But those are the two issues. Unprecedented, never in the history of the country have Americans been held up by their federal government for help in a disaster based on things that are completely unrelated. Now, that said, the FEMA director under Barack Obama had talked about not giving as much money from FEMA if states didn't do more to correct their policies when it came to building in high-risk areas and construction materials and that kind of stuff. Building in resilience. So the federal government was going to withhold money if you didn't do what we said when it came to building communities that withstand these natural disasters. But even that was related to natural disasters, not completely different issues such as voter ID laws.
All right, Conan. It is now 3 o'clock. We've been on early for breaking news. President Donald Trump has touched down here in Los Angeles and is on his way to tour damage from the Palisades fire. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Again, Air Force One just landed at LAX, and we'll just reiterate, during his visit, security is tight here. NBC4 was not allowed at the airport, and camera crews were not with the president will not be with the president as he tours the Pacific Palisades. During his trip, we're told he will not tour the devastation from the Eaton fire in Altadena. Also, President Trump's tour comes after he threatened to withhold federal aid to California for wildlife recovery, something that we've been talking to Conan about here.
That's right. You know, Conan, so we realize and we all know that assistance on the ground is very much needed. Could this become a strings attached situation, and will California follow?
Well, you know, it's hard to imagine, frankly. I mean, plenty believe this is sort of a bluff. To use a football analogy, it's like a defensive back, you know, giving a body check to a wide receiver at the start of the play. He gets away with it, and it's just it's a message delivery. You know, I'm not a pushover for this state, but that the money will eventually come. Remember, there is a Republican delegation, congressional delegation from California, very, very pro Donald Trump. They're upset with the idea that the money would be tied to things like water delivery from Northern California. And by the way, that is a complicated issue. It's not nearly as simple as the president has made it out to be. And in fact, Gavin Newsom is behind something called the Delta Conveyance Project, which a lot of Democrats hate. And it's a 40-mile tunnel to fast-track water from the north to Southern California. I don't think the president even knows that. And so, I mean, Gavin Newsom, you could make the argument, is more Republican than Democrat on the issue of water deliverance. So, again, it's very complicated. I highly doubt that this money is going to be held up because of those two matters. But that's what the president is saying. He said it today. He said it in North Carolina.
Yeah, he also said, I want to get back to the voter ID law because, you know, this is not a federal issue, Conan. This is a state issue. It would have to be voted on by the California legislature and then signed by Governor Gavin Newsom.
Right. And, you know, water delivery is a state issue as well,
yeah,
with the exception of the Endangered Species Act, which is the Delta smelt, which is one of the reasons we're in this problem. So change that law if you want to get more water. So correct. And I think that Mr. Trump listened to a lot of folks in his first term when he visited California. I sent Devin Nunes, the congressman out of the Central Valley, who is very, very pro Donald Trump. And I think those elements to what he had been told back then are what percolating to the surface now when it comes to his relationship with California. But, you know, there's one other thing. You know, he goes to Nevada right after this. And why is he going to Nevada? Is it because of a natural disaster? No, it's because Nevada voted for him in the election. And he just came around and said, well, Nevada's a Democratic state. It went red. I'm going to go thank them. And so if California was a red state, I doubt highly he'd be talking about voter ID laws. Not that we would have them, but there's a way he sees life, and it's all through the political spectrum. California is a deep blue state. Among the three that he's visiting here, this will be the quickest trip. He's here at 2:30, he leaves at 4:30, and again, he's threatening withholding aid because of two issues that have nothing to do with wildfires.
But he can simply throw these two things out, the two things he wants on his wish list out. However, constituents and anyone else listening, they're not going to get into the weeds of what can and can't be done. So this is typically how he's played the political game throughout his career.
True. A little bit of this is red meat for the base of the MAGA base. And, well, there's Gavin right there. And so this will be an interesting interaction.
Yeah, and you know, so all eyes are going to be on the governor and, of course, the president. At this point, does a governor put politics and personal feelings aside for the benefit of the people?
Completely. I can't imagine him wanting to have any kind of dispute with the president of the United States here with so much money in the balance. You know, he signed a bill just yesterday, $2.5 billion out of the state legislature for emergency relief for these two fires, Eaton and Palisades. He'd like that money back because the state is facing a very tight budget situation, as are municipalities up and down California. And so, no, I don't think there's going to be any disagreement. He might, though, say, listen, you want to talk about water? I'd be happy to do that. But this is an issue we need to deal with first. He might also remind him that, frankly, there were a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump in the Palisades, and no small number actually voted for him in Altadena as well.
The visual here, I can't help but notice you have the California governor there at the bottom of the steps waiting for the president of the United States to come out. I mean, you just sit here and wonder, what's on Gavin Newsom's mind at this point? What Donald Trump is saying up in Air Force One right now is he probably likely sees Gavin Newsom there at the bottom of the stairs.
Right. And by the way, that is an odd look because usually there's a phalanx of political figures waiting to see him. Usually there's the mayor. county supervisor, maybe a couple of city council members, and certainly the governor. For him to be the lonely man at the bottom of the stairway, that you don't see that very often.
Yeah, and so that's very telling also, right? And we know that there's going to be a meeting afterwards, and a lot of city leaders will also be there as well. State leaders will also be there as well. Now, what's interesting about this is that he will tour the Palisades area. Representative Judy Chu is going to be in this meeting with him after that. But we understand that he won't be touring the Eaton Fire.
Right. So
area.
It would seem to me her job will be to be the Eaton representative at that roundtable. By the way, we had more structures lost in that fire than here. We have a greater diversity of Angelino in that neighborhood, and of course, very large neighborhoods, and it's outside the city of Los Angeles. It is a part of the county response. So there's been some deep resentment from some members of Congress over Donald Trump's second term and his reelection. I would assume they're doing everything they can to put that aside. Remember, it was Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, during the relief during Barack Obama's term in his office following the hurricane that hit New Jersey, who gave the Democratic president a hug. And he said, you have to put partisanship aside. This is about public property. This is about people's lives in a disaster. He got a lot of he got a lot of pushback from the very conservative wing of his party for doing that. But that was sort of a high watermark for bipartisanship when it comes to responding to these kind of events.
Conan, the optics of President Trump not touring the devastation in the Eaton Fire, where you just mentioned more homes were destroyed and lost there than in the Palisades.
Yeah, I'm not sure how aware they are about the differences between these two neighborhoods. I would like to hope that they would swing the helicopter around. Won't take them much, just to go over there, just to take a look at it. In my mind, it's bad form. But again, I'm not the president. I'm not the White House. I know they have a tight schedule, but it'd be really terrific for the people of Altadena, that's for sure, if they got a little notice from the President of the United States, considering what they went through.
You know, on her website, Congresswoman Judy Chu, and you alluded to this, she will be the eyes and the ears of that particular district. She says on her website that she's going to continue to push him to make time to see our area and to hear from our survivors and first responders. And she goes on to say with those sort of strings attached to the disaster aid, she says, aid to Southern California should not come with strings attached. So the people here have suffered too much. We should never play politics. So again, all of that on her website as she awaits a meeting with the President of the United States as well.
Right. You know, we interviewed Brad Sherman of Sherman Oaks. I think we have the interview queued up. I don't know if we do, but I'll just paraphrase. He said, listen, I voted, speaking for himself as the Democratic congressman that represents the Palisades area, I voted plenty of times for hurricane relief in Louisiana and in Florida. I didn't once think, you know, gosh, I wish they had more, a better policy with regard to abortion rights. In fact, we have this soundbite. We'll play it.
Well, one argument will make sense, especially to my colleagues, and that is I voted for aid for Louisiana, for Florida. And it never occurred to me to say, God, I hate the fact that they will not give a woman the right to choose. And I think that's a deprivation of the rights of millions of American women. So I'm not going to vote for aid for Louisiana. It never occurred to me.
All right, and we see the president coming down there with the first lady. You know, so this is where we're going to see the famous handshake, right, and the welcome from the governor. Right, and let's see how long they talk.
Yeah.
Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You could almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to get it finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state, and we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help, unless you don't need any, which would be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
Wow.
Conan, your thoughts?
The governor knows that that Donald Trump appreciates a personal appeal. It's all about personal relationships with him. You could make the argument that's the coin of the realm for all of politics. And so I think based on our conversation with the governor yesterday, you could tell that he thought this would happen. Says, yes, I know what he says about me on social media. I know what he said about me 3,000 miles away, but we're one-on-one. Mm-hmm. We can have a connection. And Gavin Newsom is somebody who can navigate that relationship, I think, in a very professional manner. And you saw there him appreciating what he did in the past, and Newsom has said, appreciated what he did during COVID and during the fires, and appealed to his better angels when it comes to helping us out now.
He said, we're looking to get things done, and I'm saying the president said, we're looking to get things completed, and the way you do it is working together.
Right.
So that's clear.
Yeah, personal relationship, and of course, Mr. Newsom was very clear to give him credit.
Right.
Thanks for coming. We really need it. It was appropriate for the president to mention Altadena, by the way, for the governor, I should say, and then reference how he had done things for them in the past. The president, and you could make the argument, any chief executive likes to be wanted and likes to be appreciated. That's what we saw here.
I guess my question, Conan, is then what are the real theatrics here? What we saw before this meeting or the meeting itself?
Well, one gets the impression that for Donald Trump, there is a message that he has to deliver to the base of supporters that got him elected. And the people that really love Donald Trump really hate Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom represents everything that's the worst of the Democratic Party. Yeah. And so it's one thing to do that, and he's capable of doing it from Washington. But when it comes to being on the ground, with his wife next to him, by the way, about to tour a devastated neighborhood, and then he sees the governor, and the governor is not confronting him. There's no finger pointing here. The governor's not saying, what did you mean when you keep calling me, what is it, Gavin, not...
News source.
Yeah, what's his... the pejorative he uses. In any case, he doesn't do that. He appeals to the president's sense of import. This is, he's sort of the cavalry showing up. And the governor says, we're glad you're here, and thank you for what you've done in the past. I know we'll work together. And Donald Trump is a deal maker. That's what he does. And for the longest time, he's made deals with people that he had disparaged previous to that deal. And so there's a very good possibility, I think, that all the rhetoric that we've seen, even on the tarmac in North Carolina, is just that rhetoric, that the federal government will come through.
The president did also say that he's considering getting rid of FEMA, and then instead Washington could provide money directly to the states that have been affected by natural disasters such as these.
Right. He had said, and so clearly states are responsible for natural disasters. The federal government is not. FEMA is a backup. It always has been. Now, some states need it more than others. California, New York, Illinois, or Florida at least, they have full-time Office of Emergency Services. That's all they do on a statewide basis is plan for this stuff. They have the capability. They need money from FEMA more than anything else. Other states, though, Vermont doesn't have the capability, or some of these other, Wyoming, have the capability to deal with natural disasters the way a state like ours does. So they will lean on the Federal Emergency Management Agency more than anybody. So the idea of getting rid of FEMA and just being a spigot for money, very controversial, I think. I don't think the rank and file of FEMA appreciate that. Yeah. They have a role. They're not the first responders, but they certainly help with the cleanup and the ability to rebuild.
You know, it's certainly enough to make your head spin, at least remain on a swivel, because, you know, we heard what he was saying when he left North Carolina, left for North Carolina. But when all was said and done, we saw what he did with the governor here, what he said to the governor, which obviously he's saying to the people of California. But he also said before he left the White House, and I'm quoting here, "We're going to take care of Los Angeles." So, again, that's why I always ask about the theatrics and the rhetoric. What can we actually believe here? But the bottom line is, based on what we've seen and what we've heard, you know, California's the forefront for him.
Right. And remember, more Californians voted against him in 2016 than voted against him this time. And so you actually have a greater support for Donald Trump in this state. And if you look at his first term, he did everything for us. There was no, if you listen to the legislative leadership and the governor, that the Trump administration was just fine when it came to COVID, when it came to the fires, when it came to emergency response. They never had a problem. So that's the basis by which this meeting takes place, is that it was all good then. We expect it to be all good this time. Yeah. I don't care what the social media tweets or, you know, X posts have been about. We're believing in what happened the last time will be the past is prologue, that what we see going forward is what we had in the past.
And we want to point out, Conan, to our viewers who are tuning in, it's 3:18, and we're, of course, monitoring the president's visit here to Los Angeles to look at the devastation caused by the Palisades fire. We still don't know if he will tour the Eaton fire area, but we do know that on the right side of your screen, you're looking at live images there. That is of Fire Station 69, and that's where city leaders are also there, along with state leaders representing, who will also talk to the president after he does that tour.
Right. And we should point out, Democrats will be there too.
Right.
The Democratic members of Congress that represent that area, and by the way, the mayor of Los Angeles, who wasn't at the tarmac at LAX in her city, but she will be on this panel, and it'll be interesting to see what Karen Bass, anytime she gets one-on-one with the president.
Do you think she'll get one-on-one with the president?
I don't know. You know, we asked her yesterday. Said, "What do you want to say?" She says, "Well," she said, "I want to tell him there's no politics here. LA needs your help. That we appreciate." By the way, the governor said this as well. "We appreciate what you said about the Olympics, by the way." Because, yes, there were people saying, "I don't know if the Los Angeles is capable of holding the Olympics." And it was President Trump who said, "Absolutely not. It's in the LA. This will be the sign of the rebirth of Los Angeles, the 2028 Games." He met with Casey Wasserman, who heads the Olympic movement in Southern California. The president did. Talked about having a very good meeting with him. So the mayor will mention that. We have the World Cup. We have so many events that, oh, by the way, Donald Trump loves. I mean, he knows the importance of pageantry and showing off municipalities and development and the possibilities of American cities, and there's no better way to do that than, as he said, to make this the best Olympics in the history of the Olympic movement.
As we look at Fire Station 69 here in the Palisades, this is where President Trump and First Lady will actually join state and local leaders here. How will this meeting play out?
My guess is that he's gonna all eyes on the president, as it should be. He will ask for input from various folks. There may be, and there will be statements made, because this is how it works. We've seen these before. There are statements that he's made that will make people on that panel uncomfortable, because they're actually, you know, perhaps simply not true, not a statement of actual fact. But they will be in an awkward position to try to.
Will there be pushback?
I don't know. That's the question. I mean, that's the problem, is that you don't want to divert the attention of the president to some argument about something that is not germane specifically to getting money and help from the federal government. Right. So this will be a way to navigate human nature that is so fundamental to dealing with the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States.
And as you're taking a live look there at these images, this is the aerial tour now that President Trump will be boarding on this helicopter to get a bird's eye view, right, of the Palisades area and see all of that devastation. We see them right there.
Right. This reminds me, we had heard that that was going to be it. We didn't hear until recently that there was going to be the meeting at Station 69 on Sunset Boulevard, and as well as a ground tour. That's a good idea, because I remember when George W. Bush toured Katrina, he did it by helicopter and got a lot of hate for that, because he said, well, it was the logistics of being on the ground was going to be too much, and it was going to be, people wanted to see the president on the ground with people who were hurt and suffering, and Bush didn't do that. That was a big miss on his part. Donald Trump, thankfully, made sure that, yes, there's going to be a helicopter tour, but he's going to meet with people, and he was going to talk to the first responders.
And he will be meeting with people who have been devastated by this wildfire, who did lose their home.
Right, and it'll be interesting to hear that conversation. I think the president understands that he's part of this job is to be the emoter-in-chief. Remember, we live in a country where the chief executive is also the figurehead. Great Britain has a king and a parliament. So does Italy. So does Japan. The United States has one person, not just the one who signs the laws and the executive orders, but also who represents the country in times of grief and in times of tragedy. And that requires a personal touch. Some are better than others. I think Donald Trump understands that, and that's the part of the job we will see when he meets with those individuals.
So when we talk about federal disaster relief, I know he told the folks in North Carolina today that they would surge housing solutions, and he said he would sign an executive order here today to lift regulations so that roads can be rebuilt without permits. Is this the same sort of relief that we'll see here in Southern California?
Yeah, I don't know how you can. There's got to be elements of the federal government that could have a role in fast-tracking redevelopment, repopulation, and rebuilding. But it's a local issue. And so it is really up to the city of Los Angeles, the county of LA, and the state of California to truncate the permitting process. There's 16 permits for you have to have a permit for water connection, a septic connection, you have a permit for grading, permit for solar panels. So talked to the mayor yesterday about that. She says, with great ferocity, we're going to streamline that. There was something that they did in the Santa Rosa fire in Northern California where they did over-the-counter permits, where they said, if you promise to build your house the exact way it was, not add all sorts of stuff, we'll give you the permit right now. All of them are cleared. You get started. The Senate President Pro Tem said, who represents that district, said that fast-tracked a lot more homes being rebuilt than if you said, you know what, I wanted to add an extra 2 rooms. Okay, now, sorry, because now it's going to go through the regular process. Whether the federal government plays a role in that, I think it's all going to be money, frankly. That's what the feds are for.
President Trump also mentioning, when he approached the reporters that were at the tarmac there, we want to get the problem fixed. It's like it got hit by a bomb. And of course, he's talking about the Palisades area in particular, which he's on his way to go tour that area right now. Will he be surprised when he sees the devastation?
I think he will be. I'm not sure. He even said, has the country ever seen fire devastation like this? And by the way, Altadena has been hit by a bomb too. I mean, I hate to put it this way, but it's a target-rich environment for heartbreak in both those neighborhoods. And so I would like to think that the stories he hears will be touching. I like the idea that the First Lady is on this trip too, by the way. And I like the fact that she wanted to be on this trip, because this isn't a business trip. This is a humanitarian trip to a certain degree.
It's interesting. Annabelle, to your point about seeing the devastation up close and personal versus seeing the images on TV. And Conan, I'm sure you would agree with me that what we show on TV is one thing, but when you're in the neighborhoods and you see the devastation up close and personal, it's a much different scene. It's something completely, totally different.
Yeah, what's interesting about that, Michael, is that there are plenty of times where you've been to a story and maybe there's a fire, maybe 10 homes, and you will see all sorts of devastation, and you show up and you think, well, wait a second, look, most of the neighborhood's fine.
Right.
Says I had a disconnect between what I saw and what's real. This is one of those cases where we don't give it justice. Your point. You see the homes that are lost. You don't see. You get there. They're all gone.
Right.
It's street after street after street. That's the enormity of it. And so, yes. Now, granted, there are people around the world who think Los Angeles is in ruin. It's not. But large swaths of this of our area are in ruin to a point we have never seen before in the history of this state. And so, yeah, it is shocking. I think. I'm glad they're taking this tour first before the town meeting or the roundtable discussion at the fire station, because dollars to donuts, his eyes are wide open right now as he looks at this.
Yeah, and the reason why I mentioned that, Conan, is because we did our wall-to-wall coverage here, and then I went to Altadena, and again, I'm across the street from a burned-out lot with cars and just the chimney standing. So to see the devastation in person, it really gives you more perspective on, wow, and this is a small section of what is up in those hills or near the foothills. So it's for the president to see this and the first lady to see this firsthand, albeit from an aerial view, but still to be there.
Still a view to be there. Yeah.
That's why it's important for him to be here.
Yeah.
You know. You can see all the reports and you can get all the briefing books and you can see pictures, but it's only until you see it with your own eyes, your own eyes lay on that, then all of a sudden this is no longer just about money or disputes over the Delta smelt or voter ID laws. So I would like to think that he'll be moved by what he sees.
All right, it is now 3:30, and we are in continued breaking news coverage. President Donald Trump on his way to the Pacific Palisades to tour the devastation there.
That's right. Our Conan Nolan has been joining us here to discuss this, of course. And we also have been showing images of that roundtable that's going to be taking place from Fire Station 69. There it is in Pacific Palisades. That's where President Donald Trump is expected to meet with several state and local leaders about the wildfire disaster. Among them is Mayor Karen Bass and, of course, Representatives Brad Sherman and Judy Chu. Judy Chu, of course, she represents the area devastated by the Eaton fire. So she has to talk to the president and ask for him to also visit that area. As he's touring the Palisades, do you think at any point he will say, you know what, could we go to the Eaton fire area?
Well, I don't know. I think, again, it's all about logistics. He's supposed to be wheels up an hour from now, headed to Nevada. So I'm not sure if they have the capability of getting, but at least get a firm debrief on it.
Yeah.
See, what you saw here, just multiply that. This is what it also exists in historic neighborhoods, in multicultural neighborhoods. Yes, the Palisades overlook the Pacific, but Altadena overlooks the San Gabriels, and it's just absolutely picturesque and historic. I would wager there's more history that was lost in Altadena, and so I just hope that and Congresswoman Chu and others speak to that because they are part of this equation as well. They too have skin in the game.
Conan, so perhaps we would like to believe that the president sees the Palisades from the chopper. He's moved by what he sees. Then you bring the human element into all of this. And apparently supposed to meet with a couple of families from the Palisades. You can't help but be moved by their loss and what they have to say.
That's the hope, and that's why you do it. It'd be interesting to see how they cleared, who they cleared for this, how they picked these homeowners out. If they're individuals who've lost homes or the individuals who have suffered severe damage, because there are no shortage of homes that you can't get into but haven't been completely demolished as a result of the fire. But yeah, and a lot will matter with regards to the conversation, I think. But I'm optimistic that what we're seeing here is a putting aside the political debates of the past and the acrimony. Let's face it. Judy Chu is also, and they've traded barbs too. They're no fans of each other. But that's not supposed to matter at this point. And so far, based on what we heard on the tarmac at LAX, it's not a problem.
All right, we want to continue our coverage on the president's visit with our own Karma Dickerson.
She joins us live from the Pacific Palisades, where the president will touch down any moment. Karma.
Yes, we're coming to you live from Sunset and Monument, where we believe we hear the president's helicopter circling above as we speak, touring some of that devastation. We're right, as I mentioned, along Sunset and Monument. It is the heart of the Palisades. We're just across the street from the Ralphs that burned. Beyond us was what used to be a hair salon, a nail salon. There was a real estate company. All of those burned at this point, as you can hear those helicopters circling over our heads. We're expecting this to come to an end just about half a block down the road right there. That is Fire Station 69. President Trump is going to be meeting there with Mayor Bass, also the chief of that local fire station, and a host of other local, state, and national lawmakers and policymakers to try to get an update on this fire that was here. Now, one of the lawmakers that he's going to be meeting with is Congresswoman Young Kim. She's actually out of Orange County. She mentioned that she flew back from Washington today, specifically to meet with President Trump. She said this is not a time for politics, it's a time for recovery. I asked her specifically about the comments indicating that California's aid could be conditional, and here's what she had to say.
I've been very clear. Right now, we're dealing with the disaster, okay? I walked over here, parked my car, and I saw the devastation. There's nothing left here, all right? When you see things like that, how can you say, put some conditions here when the families are hurting? This is not a political issue, and this is not a blue or red issue. People are hurting, they need help. We need to bring those help to this community as soon as possible, and that's what we should be doing as federal representatives.
Also among the lawmakers we're going to be hearing from Supervisor Catherine Barger. She said she's going to be on the ground being a voice for Altadena. I know that's something that you mentioned. That was a topic of conversation. The president is going to be here taking a look at the Palisades devastation. But what about Altadena? And she said she is going to be raising those issues. I want to read you a little bit of the statement that she said, in part that she's going to be taking this opportunity to personally advocate for increased federal support to ensure the survivors receive the assistance they need to rebuild their houses, their businesses, and move forward. Again, specifically with an eye on Altadena there from Supervisor Barger. And so we're going to continue to follow the president's trip. We want to let you know that we're being held, as you can imagine, pretty far back from the fire station. Again, it's just about a block there. The Secret Service has come through. They've swept the area, keeping all of the news media on one side of the street, trying to do as much as they can to really secure this area. As you can imagine, there are a lot of potential security risks as we're talking about not just the biohazards, but so many burned out buildings, so many places where it's really hard to get an eye on who is where. And so they're trying to do everything they can to keep order in this area. But that's the latest from my section of the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma, thank you. President Trump will also meet with families impacted by the Palisades fire.
Yeah, and we did hear specifically, Karma mentioned it, representatives saying this is not a political issue. Getting people the help they need is what representatives should be doing. And we just heard that Karma saying that Supervisor Catherine Barger will be the voice of Altadena to help get these people to rebuild their houses and, of course, their businesses.
It may throw in that Young Kim is a Republican
right.
from Orange County. That's key. The California delegation to the United States House of Representatives speaks with one voice on this, and that was, I think she was demonstrative of that.
And again, I think you hear her messaging. Families are hurting. This is not a blue or a red issue. I think that's what we want to hear. That's what the victims want to hear. Whether you're in Altadena or whether you're in the Pacific Palisades, you want to know that as the sign there says, it's Fire Station 69, we're in this together. So I think that is the messaging that I think is most important that people really want to hear at this point in time.
Right. Keep in mind, there's one other person involved in this. He's not here. His name is Mike Johnson. He's the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He's talked about holding up aid, not because of the Delta smelt or water issues or voter ID, but he wants a vote on the continuing resolution increasing the debt limit. and he wants to use aid to California in order to bring in Democrats to vote for this extension of the debt limit. And again, people are scratching their heads. That's never been done before. That has nothing to do with the natural disaster. And once again, do you really want to go down this road? Do you really want to start for the first time a precedent where where it depends on all sorts of other things as to whether we help you out? Because remember, Mike Johnson's from Louisiana. They have hurricanes in Louisiana. There could be a time where a Democrat is a Speaker of the House and they need help. And so what? Is he going to come out and say, well, you know, we don't like your policy on A, B, or C? Or we're going to tie it to a bill that has nothing to do with it. So there's part of the audience for what's taking place here is the leadership of Congress who are watching.
We want to remind our viewers it's 3:37. We are extending our coverage here. We are following President Donald Trump's visit here to LA as he's taking an aerial tour. You're seeing those live images right there. Taking a tour of the devastation that occurred in Pacific Palisades. We also know that the president will be meeting with families impacted by the Palisades fire.
And speaking with them directly about what has happened and what they need to move forward, we're going to go to NBC4's Alex Rozier. He's live near some of those homes for us. Alex?
Yeah, we have been here for the last few hours and watched the presence from law enforcement and for people responding to this really ramp up here. We are on Sunset Boulevard, and right behind me is the neighborhood where President Trump will be visiting with a few people who were impacted by this fire, families who lost their homes in this fire. I believe we have some video. Two homeowners, Emily Bianchi and Mike and Gabby Shaw, both of them lost their homes here. President Trump and the First Lady, along with Captain Jeff Brown, who's the chief of LAFD Fire Station 69, which is where he'll be meeting with elected leaders later, as well as Jason Hing, the chief deputy of emergency services. As Karma noted here, Fire Station 69 is just down the block. So once he gets on the ground, gets out of Marine One, he'll come to this neighborhood, which the homes where he's visiting are just a couple hundred feet from where the fire station is. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on it. But give you a look at what we're seeing here just down the street. They have a number of street services trucks that are blocking the roadway going past the destruction here. LAPD is here providing a big presence. But the one thing I can tell you is that when you come into the fire zone to begin with on any day without the presidential visit, you have the National Guard and the large presence. But when you add in President Trump's visit today, the presence has only increased. So we're going to be keeping an eye on things here as President Trump wraps up his aerial tour and comes onto the ground here on Sunset Boulevard. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
A lot to take in there. I mean, so he will be meeting with families. We know he's going to be meeting with a lot of people. And then, yes, you hope that once he sees all of the devastation that we're just seeing behind Alex there, you know, it'll be touching, right? This will all touch his heart and give that aid that everybody so desperately needs now to rebuild their homes and, of course, rebuild their businesses. We've seen a lot of devastation in these last 2 weeks.
All right, Alex, we appreciate it. Thank you. We've split screened it for you. You see the helicopter there on the left of your screen. That is the chopper where the First Lady and President Trump there took those aerial views. And we've been providing a pool feed, and at sometimes during our coverage, you notice that the picture is a little unstable. Again, a pool feed that is being provided to us. But off to the right now, that's a live shot from inside Fire Station 69 there in the Palisades. So not too long from now, Conan, you know, Mr. Trump and the First Lady will meet with these local and state leaders.
One thing I can pretty much guarantee you he'll talk about is how beautiful that real estate is. You know, there's no question. He's got
it's in his blood.
And he's got his own resort, you know, down the road at the Palisades, or I should say Palos Verdes. And so, yeah, he will talk a little bit about how that's got to be the most beautiful real estate in the country, and some of the most expensive. But you know, some of the questions people are going to have, I don't know at this roundtable, but are there going to be efforts to condemn properties? Will the state want to, for example, condemn an eminent domain property that burned and destroyed on the other side of the PCH, where the ocean is challenging the integrity of the hillside, whether they think that there's going to be problems down the road and they just don't want anybody to build there. There are others who've said, there's also, this is an opportunity for us to change the face of the Palisades. I don't know you want that. I mean, and then again, there's the other question: how many people are going to want to rebuild? Some have suggested it depends on your stage in life. If you're 60, 70, or you don't have decades to rebuild.
Yeah.
That a lot of people just say, scrape it and sell it.
But to that, Conan, anybody who's lived there for decades, they purchased that property when it was less expensive. To try to get to rebuild for that amount of money is pretty impossible now.
Yeah, and
so we're going to see a different generation come into play.
That's another underreported element to this, is how they are underinsured. A lot of people were underinsured. And with inflation, by the way it has been over the past several years, the rebuilding is going to be extremely expensive, very difficult. We talked about the permit process. And somebody else said, listen, if you're a younger family, let's say you have a 5-year-old and you're in this neighborhood, it burns down. Now you have to move. Your child has to go to another school. It's going to take you 6 years to rebuild. Now he's 11. Do you want to bring him back and be in a neighborhood where you're reminded all the time of what happened because nobody else has returned or they're still in the state of construction? I don't know. I talked to the mayor. I said, some people think this will take 2 or 3 decades. And she insists that's not true. We shall see.
It's interesting. You mentioned, and you asked the question, will people actually want to rebuild in the Palisades? We're hearing more and more stories coming out of the Eaton Fire location of Altadena. That's a no-brainer. Of course we're going to rebuild.
Yeah, man. Although, Michael, and you know it. You know that neighborhood. Talking to a lot of people up there, they will say things like, do we want to come back? Yes. But we want to come back with our neighbors. The beauty of living here was with the people that surrounded us.
Right.
And if there's one storyline that stuck with me in the days that we covered in Altadena, it's that. It's how close people were to each other. And it was a little bit of heaven for them because it was off the 210. It was up. A few people said people didn't know we were up here.
Right.
And so I thought it was really touching just how much people connected in that neighborhood.
All right, we're taking live images there. We have a split screen. We see President Trump. I believe he just got off of the helicopter there. And then to the right of your screen, you're seeing Fire Station 69 in Pacific Palisades, and that's where a meeting is going to happen with the president after he tours this area. Again, when he gets to the Pacific Palisades area, in particular, these neighborhoods that have been devastated, that's where we're expecting him to talk to some of the victims of the fire.
Don't expect it to last long, by the way. He's under a tight deadline. They want to be up. Wheels up in 45 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen. But so he'll have everything's going to be truncated. He'll have a couple of questions at that round table or the half circle town hall at the fire station. A meeting. It's not going to be, you're not going to have an hour-long sit down with him.
Are we going to get any guarantees from the Trump administration at this roundtable?
I don't think so. What you'll guarantee is there will be general statements made, such as we heard on the tarmac. He'll talk about the devastation, how stunning it was. It would be interesting to see if Melania says anything, because she is the soft approach to this administration, and every vacant lot, every lot of destruction is a family.
Right, and you mentioned it, Conan. This is not a business trip. This is a humanitarian trip, and to have the First Lady there speaks volumes, and her willingness and wanting to be on this particular tour.
Yeah, I think so too. And it'll be interesting what kind of. The mayor seems to be in a good mood. She's happy to be part of this, but But regardless of what the president says, and there are plenty of times he says things that make particularly Democrats uncomfortable, I think they're going to just gloss over that. They're just going to go directly to, we need your help. You've been there before.
Yeah.
The themes that we saw with the governor when he landed at LAX.
This meeting that's supposed to happen also, we didn't know who was going to be attending this meeting. I mean, we found out, what, today?
Yeah, right. Well, they were throwing it together. As of yesterday, there was a rumor it wouldn't happen. Now, the president wanted to go to North Carolina, and that's a much quicker trip. And he wanted to go to Nevada for the thank you event. And he knew he needed to do this. It's not that he didn't want to, but there's always been a conflict between a Trump administration and the state of California. But there has been cooperation. Once again, to get back to the fact that everything Gavin Newsom wanted from him in his first term, he got. And the governor was very appreciative of that. And so I think you're going to see a little more of that. It'll be interesting how the mayor is able to navigate this, because that's a frosty relationship as well.
Conan, do we know who was inside the helicopter?
I don't.
We saw the First Lady, we saw the President, but I did see another person with them.
The Army Corps, the head of the Army Corps of Engineers may have been there. Possibly LA City and LA County Fire. It'll be interesting to know who was on that helicopter, but I'm not sure.
I asked you about guarantees coming out of this meeting. I'm going to kind of lessen the load here. Do you think the folks here sitting at these tables will leave satisfied after their meeting with?
I think they'll feel a lot better. I think they're feeling better now. That's, the mayor seems to be in a good mood, and that's because I think they wanted him in that aircraft to take a look, because they know what that's like, and just the fact he's here is a positive sign, and so I think they're optimistic that seeing here. Annabelle, as you were pointing out, putting eyeballs on the disaster and a direct connection to people that have lost, that cuts through all the politics of Washington and all the acrimony that we've seen, and that gets right to the heart of the issue. And I think they know that in that room, and they think the president knows that as well.
Do we know if we know that the governor was just cleared today to meet with the president at the tarmac when he arrived there at the airport? Do we expect him to be in this meeting?
I don't think so. That would be inaudible, frankly, if he is if the president said, "Hey, make sure Gavin's at the fire station." So it's sort of unclear. This was like a lot of events, sort of put together at the last minute. I don't know exactly when they determined that they were going to come out here. The president said it on Monday. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not the governor shows up, and the governor may not want to be at this meeting, frankly, because he had his time with him. He doesn't want to overextend it, and the locals have to use their influence as well. It can't be just the Gavin Newsom show.
Based on who we see, and I know it's very difficult, but there's a larger picture of that live shot behind us, Conan. That's where I'm getting my information. But based on who's in this room right now, who do we expect to hear from the most? Who is going to be front and center of the president when he gets there?
Well, that's a good question. I think you'll probably hear, I'm probably wrong on these things, but he may ask the federal representatives of the district. He may ask Judy Chu and Brad Sherman to say something. He may ask the mayor, and that would be appropriate. There's frequently, if there's a federal representative, like the head of the Army Corps of Engineers, they often take a role in talking. If there's a federal individual, such as the head of FEMA, they often will help navigate the conversation. He likes to have people, he likes to talk to people who agree with him on stuff. He likes to start off that way. So if there's a Republican in the room, even if they don't represent that area, they may also get, initially, they almost get a question. What do you think of this? So that we can hear, Mr. President, we're so happy you're here. Although he's going to hear that from the Democrats, too.
I think everyone in that room will chime in. Yeah.
It's interesting, and so we are awaiting that meeting to happen, and it will happen shortly after he meets or he tours the Pacific Palisades area. Again, we still don't know if he is going to tour the Eaton fire, the Altadena area devastated by the Eaton fire.
Highly unlikely at this point.
Right. So we can, so we're just going to have to wait and see what comes out of this meeting to see if aid will also be distributed to the residents of Altadena.
And we have there are surrogates from Altadena within that room who will obviously, plead their case as if a case needs to be pled. But I think, Conan, when we talk about disaster aid, we're talking about for all areas impacted by the wildfires.
Right, but Annabelle's point, though, is important because it's not about the money. The money will be there for Altadena as well as for the Palisades.
Right. It's
about being seen. It's about, you are the chief administrative officer of the country. You are the figurehead of this country. You are the guy. It would feel better for us if you at least mentioned us. Yeah. We would love it if you toured the way you did this area, but we just remember you're our president too, every much as you are theirs, and so it's a matter of emotion. It's a matter of feeling, feeling a part of the answer and not just an afterthought.
And and I talk about the surrogates only because we know why the president is here, but you have leaders like Gavin Newsom who bring up the Eaton fire and the folks of Altadena. You have Catherine Barger, who's in the room. You have Representative Judy Chu, who's in the room. Again, as surrogates. But to your point, Conan, yes, the optics, perhaps, of not visiting the Altadena area, might make some people feel some sort of way. But like a mere mention.
A mere mention would be nice. And remember, you're looking at all the electeds here, members of Congress, the Board of Supervisors, perhaps a city council member or two there. This is their job. This is why we elect them. I mean, there are a few members of the LA City Council, to my amazement, who, if you ask them, is public safety the #1 priority of the city? It always has been. Every mayor will tell you that. Every city council member before will tell you, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Police and fire, absolutely. We have to protect you. Some will say, well, it's one of many things that we're supposed to do. Well, no. This is in the wheelhouse of why we elect people to public office, to help us out when the really bad stuff happens. And so the measure of their ability to do their job is being taken right now.
So we do have team coverage here. We have our Karma Dickerson, who's out in the Pacific Palisades area, along with our Alex Rosier, also talking to families who've been impacted by this and who will also talk about the president's visit and what this means to them, right? So it will be interesting to hear what they have to say as far as the president coming to their neighborhood and taking a look for himself. And the First Lady as well, seeing it for herself, what this all means to them.
Right. Now, I think what you're going to hear from the president as well, and this will be part of the discomfort, is that there's the potential of a little lecturing. You guys built too close to the ocean, or you haven't done, you don't have enough. What about that San Ynez Reservoir, et cetera, et cetera. That'll all be very uncomfortable. And I must say, all he would need to do is read the LA Times. They did an exhaustive look at plans going back, decades to make the Palisades more resilient, and they never happened. It's a bit of an indictment, certainly on county government, because they had all sorts of projects, right, and they knew there was a problem, and so yeah, there will be a little bit of a lecture. There's Jim McDonald, the chief of LAPD, standing right in front of the camera. He's a veteran of all sorts of disasters, including the Northridge earthquake, amongst others. And but I think once we get through that part of the lecturing that we might get, it will be back to what can we do to help and how can we be there, and we're going to fix it. I mean, we heard that on the tarmac. We're going to fix this. Well, it's going to take a long time, but with the federal government helping out as best it can, as we've seen in the past, it could give people not just the resources, but the hope that they could get back to their lives sooner than they thought.
I think everybody just wants to breathe a sigh of relief, especially with the president now in town. touring from that chopper the devastation of the Palisades area and getting an earful about the devastation over in Altadena with the Eaton fire.
You are so
All
right.
We want to let you know the president's visit comes as communities impacted by the Eaton and Palisades fire prepare for potential debris flow. A weekend storm is moving in and some neighborhoods are still blocked off.
That's right. So special crews are going out today laying down sandbags. Our First Alert weather team is tracking down the rain and when we'll see the largest downpours.
Meteorologist Shauna Maniel is here with what you need to know. Shauna.
There may be some significant impacts to those recent burn areas. So looking at the key elements here in terms of the rain, we're looking at light to moderate rainfall here with this next round. It's the first time that we're seeing measurable rain since last year in May. And even at that, the rainfall was about 1/10 of an inch. So really haven't seen much at all. This is going to produce possibly up to 1/2 an inch of rain for most locations. But if you're in the foothills or under an area where we do see a thunderstorm, it could be up to 1.5 inches. Now looking at snow as well with this storm, it's expected to be a cold one. So all our local mountains are possibly going to see up to about 12 inches of snow maybe. And for the rain, we are watching those recent burn scars as there's a flood watch for those areas, not for everyone, but for these main areas, just because of the fact that we don't have much growth to hold in any of that rain that does fall. Depending on the rainfall rates, we'll monitor that for you. Overall, we expect this to start off light and then pick up as we head to the later portion of the weekend. There's your snow look. We've got winter weather alerts starting tomorrow afternoon through Monday, and then we get to your futurecast, and I can show you that, again, we're overall dry from now till about Saturday morning. No issues there. We'll get to Saturday night, and that's when we start to see a little bit more precipitation. It's very widespread, and it's not looking heavy at all. Now we get to Sunday, and this is where we could see a little bit heavier of those storms, depending on where you're at. Could be seeing a thunderstorm pop up here later in the evening. And I think this is going to be what you can call the quote unquote juiciest part of the storm. We will get more of that rain moving in. And then we've got some snow for our mountains as well. So come Sunday night, I think that's when we're going to see more of the activity. This system kind of spins in our area and doesn't leave us till we get to about Monday evening. So about 3 days worth of rain possible. Again, it's not going to come in a heavy line, so expect it to be widespread and off and on during the day, possibly tomorrow into Sunday, and then Monday again looking at a chance of showers. Tuesday through the rest of the week will dry out, but because this is a cold storm, we're not warming up very much. So we were warm today, we were in the 70s, we were warm yesterday, but look at those numbers. We come down to the 50s and 60s for the rest of the week. So really watching this closely as those recent burn scars are going to be looking at a possibility of rain. Again, some of those things you can do right now to prepare, get those sandbags ready if you need to, and if you live in one of those areas, make sure you clean up before the rain gets here. We're going to possibly get maybe a day before we get there between now and tomorrow. And then we've got the afternoon and evening with the precipitation picking up. So you've got most of the day tomorrow, folks, to get ready. We'll monitor this and give you updates throughout the weekend. We'll be right here. Back to you.
All right, Shauna, thank you. It's now 4 p.m. We continue our coverage of President Trump's visit here to Southern California. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Conan Nolan is also joining us here in studio. As you know, President Trump's travels to Southern California, part of his first trip as commander-in-chief.
Right now, President Trump, this is what you're seeing here, that he's going to meet with this local group of officials here. In the group there, you see Mayor Karen Bass. This is a live picture just inside the fire station there in Pacific Palisades. We're waiting for his remarks as well. We will bring them to you as soon as they happen.
Now, Air Force One landed at LAX shortly before 3 o'clock this afternoon. President Trump was greeted by Governor Gavin Newsom upon his arrival here. The president then toured the Palisades.
An executive order to overhaul FEMA. Joining us once again right now, our expert on some of this and all of
I
this.
don't know if it's an expert.
Conan Nolan, the remarks that he said earlier in the day about FEMA and overhauling all of that, did those sort of disappear when he stepped off Air Force One on the tarmac?
You kind of wonder how much of it is a bluff. He had talked about it in his first term, though, about getting rid of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, because he had said then, and he says now, that states need to be responsible for natural disasters and that the feds can help with money. The states are responsible for natural disasters. FEMA is a backup. There's been some reporting that the rank and file of FEMA was very unhappy with those comments because they've been working really hard and they could use a morale boost. And the idea that, we might get rid of your job or your whole department, that wasn't not welcome news. But he talks about the importance of local leadership. And yes, that is important, and that is how this is supposed to work. But as you see in that Fire Station 69, there are people there who, yes, we're ready to figure out how to get this done, but you need money for that, and that's what we need you for. And there are elements to the response, by the way, that we could use some federal help with as well. Federal government's involved in the rebuild as well. And so, yeah, that's the reason they need the president's eyes on this, personally talking to individuals who have lost their homes and buying into it. It's easy for local leaders to buy into this because this is home and this is what their responsibility is. It's his responsibility as well.
All right, I believe he's making his way over to Fire Station 69 right now. What will this conversation look and sound like, Conan?
He will deliver opening remarks where he talks about what he saw. He may make reference to comments from the First Lady, and then he's going to ask for a little bit of input from those around the table. The question is, will he ask the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass? She wants to have his attention, even if it's just for 30 seconds.
Conan, the fact that the mayor appointed Steve Soboroff to really be the czar in the rebuilding in the Palisades area, will that make a difference at all in this?
I think so. I mean, Steve Soboroff is a guy who, he ran for mayor once. Mm-hmm. He served as led the California State Assembly, was very active for years in Congress. But managing the city, managing a rebuild, that's a very different job. She is rising to the occasion. She hopes to, certainly. And she's doing everything she can, clearly, to be firmly in charge here. But a guy like Donald Trump, who knows what it's like to be an executive, has a very easy time talking to other executives, and Steve Soboroff is one of them.
We have some state and local leaders within this room now, Conan. We talked about this briefly during the 3 o'clock hour. Perhaps some lecturing, some chastising by how things were handled by the president?
Maybe. He may soft pedal that a bit. We've heard a lot about it from 3,000 miles away. I think this is not an opportunity for him. I mean, he may make reference to it because he can't not make reference to it based on the comments that he's made before. But I would be surprised if it's the focus of this. And I think the comments will be somewhat generic, but it'll be similar to what we saw at the tarmac. We're going to fix this. We're going to help you rebuild. He may mention voter ID. You've got other problems. He may just leave it at that. But right now, this is an opportunity for those in the room, particularly Democrats in a Democratic city and a Democratic state, to develop a relationship, even if it's fleeting, even if it's just for a few minutes, with the new Republican president in the effort to get federal help for this disaster.
What we're looking at right now is a picture of the Palisades, a family there with a picture, presumably the home that was standing behind them. We believe the president's walking through that area. Conan, yesterday at this time, when we were talking about this visit, there was no invitation to local officials to sit in and express their concerns. And I look at this room today, and it's vastly different.
Well, it is, but I have to tell you, I don't know if you heard about the Adam Schiff comment today, but
Conan, we're listening to that, but I have to wonder, you're sitting in Altadena, you've been burned out by the Eaton fire or affected there. You're looking at all the attention with the Palisades fire. Really, there are 2 disaster zones in Southern California. How concerned are you? And I ask you that because I know you were in the neighborhood several days covering the fires.
Well, let there be no mistake about it. It's not like one neighborhood is going to get more money than another. That's not going to happen. But, and we talked about this, you want to know that you matter. And whereas you can be told, yes, it's one calamity and the federal government's going to raise all boats, you may hear that, but the visual, the optics of all this attention spent on one neighborhood and very little on the other, that'll get in your head. And that's, there's messaging in the optics. There's messaging in this trip. So I would love it if the president mentions Altadena. that would be really good, frankly, because again, to your point, Colleen, if I'm in Altadena and I see all this coverage of a very wealthy place up against the Pacific Ocean, and think, okay, I know he's here for the fires, but we were part of that, and we don't seem to be much to this coverage and much to this trip, but hopefully that will be addressed at the meeting.
Conan, earlier you talked about the role that the First Lady plays in all of this, wanting to be part of this tour, wanting to meet with these families here. You heard her engaging there with, I presume, a woman or a family who's lost their home. What does that say to the American people?
Well, I think it says a lot, frankly. It says several things. One of the things it says is that she's re-engaged. A lot was talked about how bitter she may have been after the first term because Washington, D.C. is a blender. Politics is a blood sport there. And she was ready, and what wasn't. We're already seeing that. And yeah, there are a lot of issues related to whether or not the city was prepared for this. But it's not nearly as draconian as what we've been hearing out of Washington. I think the president's also hearing a little bit about that as well.
Conan, we know that the president was in North Carolina earlier today looking at some of the damage from the hurricane there. Is it possible you can't comprehend what you're seeing in the Palisades and perhaps Eaton Fire as well? I mean, Michael and I were in Altadena last week, and we talk about it here, but until you see it firsthand, it's hard to comprehend what's gone.
Right. I'll tell you the one thing about North Carolina, which some of this in this hall will find troubling, or have already found troubling, is that he talked about the FEMA response being politicized by the Biden administration. He says FEMA did not react, did not respond. And it was because they were, there were certain areas that they did were Democrats, and if you were a MAGA county, you didn't get response. Nothing irks the first responders and those individuals who were not first responders but are the second and third responders but still sacrifice in order to do their job. Nothing irks them more than the idea that they were looking at voter registration and base their response on that. And so, but interesting to your point, I don't know what North Carolina looks like. I would guess it looks very, very different from what we're seeing today. Not that the disaster was any less of a calamity, but it was a different calamity. And I think some of the stories were different. Remember, one of the things about this fire, if a hurricane is coming, if there's you know it's out there, you see it. Earthquakes, you don't. And fires, this fire was sort of like an earthquake in the sense that it happened extremely fast, and responding to it was very difficult, just based on the time, the velocity of the winds at that time, and the fact that with a triangle of fire, fuel, heat, and
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Thank you. I knew there was a third leg in there somewhere, and they were provided in such a way that it was almost seismic in how fast it happened.
Of course, people want things now. They want them quicker than later. Can you lay out a potential or possible timeline? If disaster aid is approved by the federal government, what are we looking at here?
Well, so I'm trying to remember which disaster it was where I think it may have been the Camp Fire. It took one point in Northern California where several hundreds and hundreds of homes were lost. In '69 out of Sunset, LAFD.
Let's listen in again.
Nobody's ever seen it. Never, you guys never seen it. You've never seen it. I've never seen it like that. They're okay. There they are. There's an order.
Tony, regardless of your politics, how much of a morale booster is this for first responders?
Oh, I think it's well, we have to ask them. My guess is it's amazing, because people just want to know that their labor is appreciated, that their sacrifice is appreciated, and there's no better way to do that than that right there, to get a handshake and a thank you from the leader of the free world. And so, yeah, that's why there's a real appetite when people are in pain to hear from, again, not just the chief executive officer of the country, the president, but also the figurehead of the country, the person we turn to, as Barack Obama said, the consoler in chief. That's also the role. And so, yeah, I think for first responders, and even if you don't, if you're not there, but you wear that uniform, you appreciate it.
I've been accused of having selective hearing in my household, Conan, but I could have sworn on this feed here, I heard the president say to one of the firefighters, "You saved the day." So the acknowledgement, wanted to be seen, wanted to be heard, especially by the commander-in-chief here. Regardless of what your political views are, it's important.
Yeah, it's definitely important.
What is their schedule looking like now? I mean, we know they're behind schedule on this, and we can understand that, because if you're walking through a neighborhood, it's hard not to have a conversation, a complete conversation with people who've lost so much.
Right, they're way behind schedule, by the way. But to their credit, and I see the shot may have frozen up for a moment. To their credit, they're not speed walking this, and I think the president wants to hear from them. He wants to see it all, and I think the room in the left, I'm not sure they will have their opportunity. These things never last very long, by the way. Even when you have a truncated schedule like the president has in Los Angeles today, they rarely last very long. But I've seen them before, where he's had these. He had one up at the fire in his first term with Gavin Newsom and others, and it was long enough for people to get a sense as to where what his approach was to the recovery. See if he's.
Right here, sir. We're going to take a picture. Right here. Excellent. Okay, and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas. Sir. Thank you, sir. We have a positive project. You know, you want me to do, I will do it. If you want to do it real fast, we'll do more than once. We'll do just line up and we'll do singles. You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want a single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? Sure. And you line up, and we'll just do, where's my guy? He's great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
Right, sir. Get everybody up to the line up here for me, guys. Line over here. Everybody gets a single picture. It's quick, down and dirty.
Watching these images here, he's in the people business, and it's obvious here with what is being said, the interaction with these first responders. And if I heard correctly, Colleen, because I looked over at you, he says that he's going to do individual singles with
singles.
each.
That's what it would indicate, that large group there. He will step out and do a single picture with each and every one of them who wants to.
Well, the logistics staff just blew up their head. They were thinking about being on a plane in 5 minutes. That ain't happening. But yeah, clearly he's having a good time there. Right. He appreciates being around those men in uniform who and based on what we were listening, he relishes in this. And when he says, and I'll tell you, the people in the room that are waiting at Station 69, they wanted to see that too. They would love it for the president to be in that kind of mood when he steps into that firehouse to talk to them about the recovery.
They're all not going to be able to speak given the time constraints there.
No, hopefully not. Right.
What do you expect to hear from them, and who will speak? The mayor?
It depends. He runs the show, and clearly. And so, but I think it would be bad form, and he knows it, not to take the mayor, take the measure of the mayor. And plus, he commands the room. They're all there for him. Yeah. And so, would he like to see Karen Bass say, listen, thank you for coming. This is what we need. We really appreciate you being here. Yeah, I think he wants to hear that. And she wants to say it. She wants to get in his ear that regardless of all the noise that we hear politically, what you saw today is clearly the focus of what this meeting's about and the future going forward. We need your help. You say you have our back. We're counting on that. And I think we'll hear that from Karen Bass, and I think he wants to hear that from her.
I don't know how much more of an impact the folks in this room can actually make based on what we've seen outdoors so far, from the aerial tour to meeting with the homeowners to these first responders. I mean, could it get any better?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the setup. That's the big setup for this. Now we're talking money. Now we're talking, so, okay, you saw what happened. You've heard firsthand what people are going through. You heard the tragedy. There's been loss of life and an unbelievable amount of loss of property. Now, how do we get back? And this is going to take a resilience from the bureaucracy that is the federal government, but also the bureaucracy mostly that comes out of the county and the city and the state of California. And my guess is that one of the things Mayor Bass wants to say is we're going to fast track this. We are going to change when it comes to how we get things done here, because she's been critical. When she became mayor, she was critical of the bureaucracy of LA City, lamenting that it takes a decade to get anything built in this city. So I think some of them see this as an opportunity to rewrite the ship and get the city back into doing things it used to do with great efficiency, but may have lost its way, and now this is a second chance.
Conan, I hate to put you on the spot, but you're the best person to answer this
I don't know about that,
think.
Colleen, but thank you for your vote of confidence.
But,
doubling down on her.
Talk to us a little bit about FEMA. What exactly does FEMA do? We've heard people going through and talking a little bit about the red tape and the paperwork that they have to go through with FEMA. What exactly are they in the business of doing? Well,
they're supposed to be the backstop for local response. But again, the Federal Emergency Management Agency is a bureaucracy that ostensibly helps you get through the bureaucracy, the federal bureaucracy. If you're a small business, the Small Business Administration through FEMA can help get you tax breaks if you want to rebuild. There are elements to home ownership and rebuilding that when it comes to the federal tax code that perhaps FEMA can help with, and grants. Remember, most of what the federal government does is provide money to other agencies, frequently with strings attached. That's what the Department of Education is. They don't educate anybody, but they do provide money for school districts that do things the federal government wants them to do. And in this case, the FEMA is designed to help them navigate through what elements of the federal bureaucracy could stand in the way of their ability to get a home rebuilt or to get a federally approved and federally backed loan, that kind of thing. They were never designed. They're not the first responders. They're not putting water on the brick and mortar when it's on fire. They're the ones that try to help out. Some have said that and the president has said, their real purpose should be just to provide money to the states. There may be a few states who wouldn't mind that, but as a general rule, FEMA is there for states that really can't handle the recovery. And so they lean on the federal government a lot for help. And if they want, the state has to ask for it, by the way, FEMA doesn't just come in. But if you're the state of Montana and you've had a calamity, you can go to them and say, do you have experts on this? Do you have experts on that? Yes, we do. Could you bring them out here to help us with this? Sure, we can. And so they're an assistance, particularly to those states who have a hard time dealing with this. And unfortunately, we don't have a hard time with it because we got experience with it. Fires, floods, and earthquakes. We've been through more than our share, so there's a complete infrastructure in California in dealing with this. But even we need help from the federal government, and particularly when it comes to dollars and cents.
Want to remind our viewers it's 4:30, 4:31 right now, and you're watching continuing coverage of the president's visit, President and First Lady, the visit to Southern California to view some of the devastation we've seen over the past couple of weeks.
On the phone with us now is the mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo. Mayor Gordo, are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
We appreciate your time here with us this afternoon. I'm assuming you're watching the live images here of the president's visit to the Palisades. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, first off, I'm happy to hear that Governor Newsom and the president are talking, working together. I think our communities in Pasadena, Altadena, and the Palisades are going to need all levels of government to work together, local, county, state, and the federal government. I am disappointed that the president doesn't appear to be making the time to visit the devastation in Altadena and Pasadena, and also thank our first responders. You know, we had 2 firefighters who, as they were fighting the fires, lost their homes. But we'll at this point, we'll make the plea for assistance. I hope that the assistance that's brought to California includes the Pasadena and Altadena communities that have been absolutely devastated.
Mayor, you have in the room, the picture we're looking at now, the room at the firehouse, Supervisor Catherine Barger and Representative Judy Chu. Do you think they'll be able to plead your case or the case of the folks affected by the Eaton fire enough?
Absolutely. I have absolute confidence in Supervisor Barger. She and I work very closely together, as well as Congressmember Judy Chu. And, you know, again, I'm hopeful that the case is made that Pasadena and Altadena were very, very affected. These are homes that have been passed on generationally, and these are people who may not have the resources that residents of the Palisades have, and so we're going to need that assistance from the federal government. I'm confident that Catherine Barger and Judy Chu can make that plea for us.
Mayor, had the president and First Lady made a trip down to the Altadena-Pasadena area and you were one-on-one with the president, what would be your message to him? What would you tell him about the San Gabriel Valley, the Altadena area, and the folks of Pasadena?
You know, I would call on his humanity. You know, this is not the time to think blue or red or big R, big D. This is the time to find our personal humanity, our collective humanity, and do the right thing for people. People who have been affected, who have lost homes, dreams, aspirations, mementos, and in many cases, their life and health. And it's going to take government leaders and government finding its humanity and being willing to set aside political views in order to help these individuals and collectively our community to rebuild and recover.
Mayor Gordo, we've heard from Mayor Karen Bass that they are going to streamline the building situation, the permits, everything else that goes along with building for people affected in the Palisades. Can you make that same promise for people in your area that have been affected by the Eaton fire?
We absolutely will. Every affected resident will have a staff person assigned directly to them. Think of it as sort of a concierge type service, because we believe that people should have the best opportunity to rebuild right where they lived. And so we will not only cut the red tape administratively, but ensure that people don't get lost in the system. It's very easy for that to happen. Don't get lost in the regulations or in the interpretation, but have someone assigned to them directly that can help interpret these complicated regulations and can help them to process their application so that they can begin the work of rebuilding.
You have vocalized your disappointment that the President and First Lady didn't make a trip to the Altadena-Pasadena area. I understand your view as a politician, but what do you think the folks of Altadena are thinking right about now when they see these live images of the President and First Lady meeting with two homeowners in the Palisades who have lost everything?
I would imagine it's hard. It's hard to watch. These are people who are looking for assistance, and again, who are looking for leadership from the highest office in the land, and people who are hurt deeply. But the important thing is that they be told directly, and that's what the message we're looking for, that the resources are going to be there, that there's an understanding that this is a human tragedy. Some people are underinsured, some people are not insured, and we have a moral and social responsibility to do all that we can to ensure that they too receive the assistance that they need to rebuild in this community.
Mayor, I'm assuming in the past couple of weeks you've had a chance to tour some of the affected areas. What is the one picture or one scenario that stays with you the most?
Boy, that's a tough one. But the scenario driving on the day after the fire broke out, driving up Lake Street and looking to both sides of Lake Avenue down towards the valley and just seeing buildings actively on fire, and looking to the east and to the west and seeing nothing but flames and no letdown in the wind. We knew it was already terrible and only going to grow to horrific, and it did. It was the parade of terribles, if you will. The wind, the fire, the inability to get airplanes in the air, being told at the command center that we had to brace ourselves for an evacuation of half of the city, and being part of giving that order, knowing that people were going to have to walk out of their home, not knowing if they would come back. But certainly driving down Lake Street and seeing both sides of Lake Street in Altadena and the homes behind them on fire is something that I never thought I would see and never want to see again. To see neighborhoods, of friends, family, people I grew up with, completely devastated is a moment in time that I hope no other mayor of Pasadena has to see again.
Were you forced to evacuate, Mayor?
We were about 2 blocks from the forced evacuation in the warning zone. We were ready to go, but fortunately we did not receive the actual evacuation order. But we were 2 blocks away from it.
Mayor, are you at all encouraged by what you've seen since the president's arrival? His interaction with the governor, his interaction with the homeowners, the aerial view, some of the statements he's made along the way, and what's to come here with these meeting with city, county, and state officials. Are you encouraged? Are you optimistic about what comes after this?
I am encouraged. One, that the president has come out. I'm encouraged that the governor and the president have both made positive remarks about working together. I was with Governor Newsom yesterday and again expressed to him the need to engage the federal government, the county and municipalities, and the governor and I have a very good working relationship, and I know that the governor will do all that he can to engage the federal government and President Trump. And so I think these are all good signs. But press conferences and photo ops come and go. The real work will begin when those lights shut down and the TV cameras leave. That's when I'm going to be looking for evidence of the federal government and the president bringing the assistance that's needed to Pasadena, Altadena, and yes, even to the Palisades.
Mayor, to Michael's point here, I believe I wrote down exactly what he said. The president said to the first responders there, "We won't let you down, folks." You're encouraged by that?
I am encouraged by that, we all should encourage those statements. I'm hopeful that the we is the royal we, meaning all departments of all federal agencies, and the folks is all of the folks, including the people of Pasadena and Altadena.
All right, Mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo, we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, President Trump, as we told you, spoke with families impacted by the Palisades fire.
NBC4's Alex Rozier is live near some of those homes. Alex.
President Trump really able to get an idea of what has happened here in Southern California when it comes to the Palisades fire specifically, first getting that aerial tour and then coming on the ground here in the Palisades, talking to a few homeowners. I want to give you a look behind us and give you a sense of where we are. A lot of people know this neighborhood right here. They're right down from the Palisades Village, about a quarter to half mile away. The Sunset Ralph's is right here that also burned, but you can see all of the destruction that is here too. But yes, over the last hour, he did have the chance to speak with a couple of homeowners to try to understand more the human element, but I understand that he's going to be speaking again here. We'll send it back into you in the studio.
All right, Alex, thank you. The president has just walked into the fire station there. You saw everybody stand up. He's in the corner there. I wonder if we can listen in on this.
We'll get this going. Former mayor, and he said, "Would you call the Olympics?" Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. I don't know, there was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. And I said, "Oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president." Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, "I won't be president," because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do it.
Mr. President, thank you for coming to the 32nd Congressional District and
thank you.
Making feel most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of.
It's 5 o'clock, and we continue with President Trump's visit here to Southern California.
Less than an hour ago, he and the First Lady were greeted at LAX by Governor Newsom. The two are here to oversee damage caused by the wildfires.
Let's listen in.
I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs. But how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Take a look. Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible. And we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No. That will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
4 groups said that.
No.
That would be they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You've got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire, and there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing, and there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire, and thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena. She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help. And I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly, so we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
and I also represent Altadena, and what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of the people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this...
How are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
and Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley and Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers, will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100, and it's among the best. They say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't. It's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire, but it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group, and Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel, and support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone. That even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President. Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
That's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question, and the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very busy.
He was ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money, and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area, because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually a very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina, because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day, because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. So different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Jay?
To clear all the lots. So we're all sitting here now, and
is that local?
Yeah.
You got to.
So when we're sitting here now, and Mayor
I don't want to
Bass
be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one.
Yeah.
You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that.
So, I mean, we were told last night 18 months. So if that's not the answer, Mayor Bass, what is the answer? Because that's what we were all told last night.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, and we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity.
From the Corps of Engineers, that'd be 18 months. Is it not 18 months? Is it like, that's the answer that we got, and that's what we're all hanging on.
Yes.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it, I mean, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it, because
No,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not
that.
that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking, I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to charge him
individuals want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot.
Yeah.
I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people to
time.
be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
That was last night.
And that was last night.
On that.
We can't even see our homes right now. We are blocked from entering our streets.
Right.
We can't even, this is our first time we saw our house was yesterday.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
That's right.
we are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little
We're
things
gonna
like
do
water.
that for them.
You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property, and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. Yeah. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr. President.
Sir,
please go ahead.
Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so terrible.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost, and there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
and
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up, because
right now it's 5:30, and we continue with our coverage of President Trump's visit to Southern California.
On the rain and the snow
listen
coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir...
It's already
sorry.
there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre-feet out of 600,000
That
acre-feet.
reservoir has been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do. Thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska, and now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs, but each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA, and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. Do you know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost four. You lost your 4 schools. Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
That can use those federal dollars, implement them quickly into rebuilding those areas.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many million? How many million people do you have? You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people? The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization is a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we can spend money on schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
it takes you so much longer
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half million dollar
you did something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad, me?
Every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no idea.
And the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I remember the...
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
The losers of a lawsuit should pay all the fees.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem, the strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the purpose. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly. But you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I love my home. My in-laws love their home. I want to make you aware of something that I know you know a thing or two about, which is interest rates. The banks, when the insurance company gives you the check on the name of the mortgage company and you, they offer you 2% interest on that money. The treasuries are 4%.
Right.
They're expanding their net interest margin on the back of fire victims. Could you please, just like you talked to the CEO of Bank of America.
Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice.
You tell the banks to pay us Treasury for the money that the insurance sets aside.
Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, and we have, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. He used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us, and we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
We did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible fire.
We had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean,
right.
You got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, do it, get it done. And everybody laughed. They thought it was, I said, forest management. They thought it was such a funny term. Ha, 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 that's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's #1 cause of these fires, #1 cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, you know that, right? It's all a big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district,
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have
Well, it will happen here
Palisades.
unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house is, there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easily, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition. And you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal government, federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because a commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual. And I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people, and these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard, and I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
All right, so we've heard the president here not only speaking with state and local leaders, but some homeowners here from the Palisades. And Conan, we've heard a lot about water. Water, speeding up the federal permit process and calling on Mayor Bass to do the same here on the local level.
Right. By the way, remember that first part where I said this was going to be short?
Yeah. We've already forgotten that.
Yeah, gives you an idea of what I know. Yeah, the president's spending an elaborate amount of time here and letting anybody ask questions, including the homeowners. That was the testy part of this.
That was very contentious when they said they spoke with people last night who said the permitting process would be 18 months. Really put both the president and the mayor on the spot.
Right. Well, it certainly put the mayor on the spotlight. And apparently, then we find out that came from the Army Corps of Engineers, federal agency. The mayor kept pleading that no, it's not going to take that long. She's going to try to do everything she can to fast track it. But there were some testy moments there, and it got into some partisanship when he started denigrating the Biden administration's FEMA response, as well as that he would be the only president to reach out to Los Angeles and help them rebuild. But I have to say, this was a lot longer than we expected. He let anybody talk. Brad Sherman got a lot in there. That seemed to be the congressman representing that area. And of course, Catherine Barker and Judy Chu, the congresswoman, were able to make the case for Altadena, which was appropriate. But the people in Altadena, their problems are very much the same problems as everywhere else. So whatever happens with regards to the federal response and local response to the Palisades, that's going to happen to them as well.
Bottom line here, did the president say what he needed to say, do what he needed to do to make people feel better about their situation?
I got that impression. He did. There's no question there was discomfort in that room when he started talking, lecturing them about water policy. And that's a whole altogether different debate. But the fact is that he came, he spent the time, met with people, saw what happened, explained how dramatic it was, and he committed. He committed, we will be there, we'll be back, we have the money, you'll get everything you need. That's what Karen Bass wanted to hear. That's what Gavin Newsom wanted to hear.
You know, before we go here, you know, we got to point out that water wasn't limited during the firefight by the state of California. And he brought that up time and time again. Yes, there was some water pressure issues within the Palisades, but, you know, this information gets out. And in fact, this is what sticks in people's minds.
Right. So there is water infrastructure for fighting fires. That's a separate issue. What happened is that during his first term, he was given a tour of the southern part of the San Joaquin Valley by farmers there, where they've had to rip out crops. They just aren't farming there anymore because the Endangered Species Act says that a certain fish gets caught up in the pumps that pump water from the San Joaquin Delta down to Southern California. So they've reduced that amount of water. And we haven't gotten our allocation from the water project in decades because of that fish. And that got in his craw. He's been thinking about that. And so he's been talking about water deliveries ever since. That's a separate debate. But it is a debate that, you know, got that. And so, yeah, that took up a lot of time here. But again, I think Karen Bass, not interested in that, interested in the money and the support from the feds over rebuilding her city.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to put you on standby for just a moment. We're talking about water here. We've also been talking about the weather and the rain. Big change coming in this weekend.
Yes, and about to get cold, but as Colleen just mentioned, rain is on the way as we give you a live look here from our home in Universal. Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here with a look at your first alert forecast.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. Yeah, we are tracking on and off rain showers. And new this afternoon, the National Weather Service has issued a flood watch, but it's just for LA County and it's just for our most recent burn scar areas. And the National Weather Service is saying that the potential for debris flow for these locations is below their typical criteria when they're issuing debris flow and flood watches. But we've got a heightened sense of alert for these spots. So any shower or potential thunderstorm that moves through could cause some issues and some minor problems. So watching that very closely. Satellite and radar showing you what we're tracking. We've got an area of low pressure. Starting to see this area of low pressure pick up a little bit more moisture coming in off of the Pacific. So we're starting to add to our rainfall totals. The first thing you're going to notice as you get into your Saturday, temperatures will be much colder and it will stay cold for the majority of our weekend here. Here's your first alert 7-day forecast as we get into our Saturday and at 60. Saturday to get things started, it's mostly cloudy. It's not going to start out with the on and off rain showers. Mostly cloudy. Then we have that rain that will develop as we get into Saturday night. The day to watch is really Sunday into our Monday. For the valleys tomorrow, 61, 62 for the Inland Empire. Really cold Sunday and Monday. Temperatures only in the 50s. High desert 57, 68 for the low desert. And the mountains will have temperatures over the weekend only in the 30s across our region. And we're going to stay cool and cooler than average. That is a look at your forecast. NBC4 News continues right after the break.
Find a seating solution that adapts to your lifestyle at Living Spaces, where we offer a variety of modular collections that are flexible, functional, and versatile. Switch, change, and rearrange configurations to fit your room and meet your needs. You can start small or go big with your design thanks to separate components that come together in many ways. Our modular assortment spans tons of different styles, so there's something for everyone. Discover why modular is so popular and experience it for yourself only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill?
It's just better for you.
Download the Waba Rewards app or order online at wabagrill.com. Waba Grill, it's for you.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your house doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
So which would you recommend?
Do you like brown?
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space. Plus, I'll be here to help you with every step of the process.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
It really is better at home.
800-588-2300. Empire Today.
What's the secret to bringing a party together? A great meal that everyone loves. Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks are here to impress your friends and family. Mess-free, easy to prepare, and packed with mouth-watering flavor. They'll take your game day, dinner, or snack time to the next level. Look for Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks in the frozen section and bring home what real chicken tastes like.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
I had health insurance before. So expensive.
I mean, I'm helping my mama. I don't have that kind of cash.
I know. But you can get financial help now through Covered California. It's totally affordable. You'd be surprised. They've got this calculator thing that shows how much you'll pay.
For real?
Yeah. What are you doing not having health insurance, man?
Hey, I know.
Here, let me show you.
We all have questions. Covered California has answers and can find a health plan that's right for you. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
Right now at 6, President Trump tours the Palisades fire zone, a fairly united front despite past conflict.
And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done.
His message to Southern California, and will we see the federal help we need?
Our first winter storm of the season is on the way. We're tracking rain and snow for the weekend. The NBC4 News at 6 starts right now.
NBC4 News at 6 starts with breaking news.
And so we begin now at 6 with our first winter storm of the season on the way, and with it, the potential for flooding in some of the burn scar areas. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Those red flag warnings have expired, and now we're waiting on the rain and mountain snow. Want to give you some live looks across Southern California tonight. Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here with a look at your first alert forecast. Melissa.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. Yeah, we've got flood watches new this afternoon issued by the National Weather Service. And the National Weather Service issued the flood watches mainly for LA County and just for our most recent burn scar areas. And the reason being is that the potential for debris flow for these spots is well below the typical criteria when issuing a watch as it relates to debris flow. But we've got a heightened sense of alert in these spots. So any shower that moves through over the weekend could cause some minor runoff and also some minor problems across our region. So we'll watch that very closely. Satellite and radar showing you we've got an area of low pressure. This will start to work its way down to the south, producing on and off rain across much of our region and some mountain snow. But before any of that precipitation arrives, it's going to be dramatically colder as we head into our weekend. It's already 10 degrees cooler in Santa Ana than we were the same time yesterday, and 11 degrees cooler there in Long Beach than 24 hours ago. But let's talk about the key updates with our weekend weather and what we are seeing as it relates right now. We've got this area of low pressure, and it's trending drifting more offshore. What does that mean? We're picking up more moisture coming into our region, coming in from the Pacific, from the tropics, moving into Southern California. So we've made an adjustment to our rainfall totals. Otherwise, for the start of our weekend, it's mostly cloudy with areas of drizzle. I think most of Saturday is going to be dry. It's Saturday night. We watch that moisture move on through, and the most active time period is going to be Sunday into Monday with rain and accumulating snow for some. We'll talk about the details and go over those totals coming up with your first alert forecast. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. And so a major effort is now underway to get Altadena and Pasadena ready for this weekend storm, to get all the neighborhoods protected.
NBC4's Kristen Casares went to Victory Park, where families are picking up those free sandbags. Christian.
Well, Michael and Colleen, that's right. We're across the street from Victory Park. This is just one of 3 different sandbag distribution sites available for families. Now, I can tell you, CAL FIRE and also LA County workers, they have been here throughout the day from 9 to 5. They actually just wrapped up here. But if you are in need of sandbags, there is still some time. Families can drive up and grab some of those sandbags on their own. Now, fire officials tell me this is a great step for anyone, as those bigger efforts to protect the neighborhoods are well underway.
One more. It's a race against the clock for families like the Vaughns of Altadena, who say they have lost everything, including their home, in the Eaton fire.
My house burned down, and right now we're going to go protect my grandmother's house above Altadena Drive on Lake.
But now they brace for another punch from Mother Nature, as a storm is expected to pass across Southern California this weekend.
So if we have water damage, that just adds another situation on top of already what we're going through.
On Friday, California, through Cal OES, mobilized more than 400 state personnel to conduct the state's largest watershed protection mission. This staging site off the 210 in Irwindale, holding over 4,000 linear feet of K-rail. And according to officials, more is on the way.
Well, the purpose of K-rail is to try and deter mud from reaching infrastructure. We can guide it or even contain it a bit.
Pasadena's mayor says it's been one of the hardest moments the city has ever seen, as the Eaton fire ravaged most of the Altadena community. Now the rain poses yet another risk.
A mud and debris flow can travel faster than you can run. There can be numerous materials that can be dangerous or deadly. An example is trees and cars and other material that can severely injure or kill you.
Back at the sandbag distribution site, this family says they're hoping for the best while preparing for the worst.
This is just a little bit, you know. There's more work we have to do on these houses by adding wood, plywood to just keep the doors shut.
And back out here live again, this is just one of 3 sites where you can come by and pick up those free sandbags. So just because it's dark, it doesn't mean that it's closed. There are some people that have been driving by picking up a couple of sandbags here. Now you can also go to Robinson Park and the Altadena Golf Course. Those are also some areas that you can get those free sandbags. But again, fire officials say those sandbags are small, but they really do make a big difference because they help redirect the water when that heavy pour begins. That's the very latest from Pasadena. Christian Casares, NBC4 News.
All right, Christian, thank you. And if you haven't done so already, now is a good time to download the NBCLA app ahead of our winter storm. You can sign up for instant weather alerts for your own neighborhood sent right to your phone. And live for us in the Pacific Palisades, where that meeting just wrapped up. Karma.
Yes, it was a pretty packed room. We had representatives on the local level, the state level, and even national lawmakers all gathered, hoping that President Trump would hear them out. And he did spend a considerable amount of time listening to people, giving his own feedback. And for the most part, it was cordial, at least at the beginning of things. We heard a lot of a collective coming together, a promise to stand by people and help them rebuild. And the president and some local people did actually talk about trying to remove the red tape, trying to speed up the process, make things faster and easier. We want to play for you one exchange he had with Mayor Bass regarding permitting for rebuilding. Take a listen.
You will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resource.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
It's the logistics of how that actually is going to happen, so remains to be seen, because while Mayor Bass is committing to trying to expedite the process, it's hard to believe we're going to be looking at a situation where people don't need permits at all, or that there won't be any hazardous waste regulations. So that's something that we certainly have to dig into in these coming days and weeks and find out what exactly will be expedited. Here is another exchange from a little bit later in this press conference. At this point, to set the scene a little bit, things had gotten a little bit more contentious. President Trump had given considerable criticism against some California policies with regards to water and environment that he says he believes led up to the disaster and makes it harder to move forward and to mitigate these disasters. This has to do with getting people back into their homes. Take a listen.
You know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is for people to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said, 18 months.
So there was a back and forth between the mayor and the president. They're both committing to wanting people to get back into their homes, with the president seeming to express that there should be no delay whatsoever, and the mayor pretty much trying to say that there are things that have to happen first, that it has to happen safely. As you can see a little bit behind me, we are still in the middle of a disaster zone. We're right on Sunset Boulevard, across from what used to be a nail salon, a real estate office. We're across from the Ralphs that just burned. So much hazardous waste everywhere. There's still a lot of things going on with water, with power, with gas lines, with cleaning up, making it safe to even walk down the streets. And so what we heard from the mayor was a little bit more of making sure that things are safe before people are able to come back to their homes. Now, going on right now, we're going to check in on this, as a matter of fact. Some of the other lawmakers that were in the room, for example, Congressman Brad Sherman was there, and he's weighing in now on his thoughts after speaking with the president. We had the fire chief that were there, the fire chief from both fire agencies in LA, a lot of local representatives. So many people had the chance to have their say, a lot of strong words exchanged, but overall a support for the people who've been affected by these fires. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma, appreciate it. Conan Nolan has been with us all day long. Conan, a lot of promises made here today.
Yeah, the mayor's in a tough bind. And keep in mind that when it comes to letting people on the property, it's litigation. The lawyers run the thing. The city is liable if you let somebody on a property and you say, you know what, it's safe. When it's not safe, they have to make sure that the toxicity is removed before that happens. They have to make sure that the debris is removed before that happens. So yes, so the mayor knows that, and again, the public health and safety is what matters. And yes, you have to fight the fire. You do everything you can to save the home. But once it's destroyed, you don't want the toxicity. There's asbestos in all the homes in Altadena. These are older homes. Asbestos is not a problem unless there's a fire. Now it's a problem. And you don't want this to end up with cancer-causing cases, in a couple of years, and then litigation against the city and the county. You let me in too early, or you let others in too early. In any case, it's very difficult, but the commitment was made. They need to fast track the permitting process as much as they possibly can while maintaining the public health and safety.
Conan, there were a couple of homeowners in there who represented the Palisades fire. They'd lost their homes. That's when that sort of contentious exchange happened between, the 18 months of the permitting process. How important was that they were there, that they were able to question officials, did they represent really not only the Palisades, but the folks in the fire
There's no
as well?
question they were speaking for the people of Altadena as well. Here's what I thought, Colleen, is that there's a communication issue. That you have, it turned out that 18-month estimation came from, I believe, the Army Corps of Engineers. a federal agency. That's not the city. That's not the county. My guess is that was not a unified statement. That is, they didn't check that with, okay, this is what we're telling the homeowners. So that's part of the problem, too. What are the homeowners hearing from different levels of government?
Agencies,
right, and different timetables. And that ended up costing some considerable time in this conversation. And it was a challenge for the mayor to push back. But that's, I think, one of the takeaways. The after-action report on this meeting is going to be, listen, we need to be on the same page. This is an example of the federal government not knowing what the state government or the city government wants to do.
The president even mentioned that, you know, the fact that these homeowners have to be out of their homes for another week seemed too long in his idea. I mean, to him. So, I mean, the mayor of Los Angeles she's in a bind here.
She's in a bind. Just after 9/11, you couldn't start rebuilding immediately because you had huge edifices that had gone down and were toxic waste sites for months. Now, the point is that the city and the state needs to act with some urgency on this. And that is the problem. In the past, they haven't. And there is a bureaucracy that has to be navigated. And yes, there are a lot of legal considerations that have to be taken in. I should point out, they were listening to Ted Lieu, I should point out that Altadena was represented in this conversation. Judy Chu, the congresswoman, a big critic of Donald Trump, but she spoke about the importance of addressing those neighborhoods, as well as Catherine Barger, who made the statement, listen, if you're not in the business of fast-tracking these rebuilding permits, find another line of work. I think we have sound up as to here's the pitch that they made to the president.
I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal.
We talk about 18 months. I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job.
So, again, 18 months is 18 was the number that was very much the object of the debate in this. But my takeaway was it's once again it's an example of a different timeline based on what government agency you're talking to.
Conan,
I don't think the city used that.
We know that Mayor Bass has appointed Steve Soboroff to expedite and oversee the process here. Was there an indication from the president he seemed to want to do that on a federal level as well?
You got that impression. Richard Gannell, the man sitting to his left, former ambassador to Germany, he was appointed director of national intelligence. He lives in Manhattan Beach, and he's very, very close to Donald Trump. He suggested, and that's why he put him there, was this is my Steve Soboroff. You've got one for the city, great. He probably knows him because they're in the same line of work. This is my guy on the federal side, and so he's going to sort of be the point person for me. That's the impression I certainly got in that meeting. And yes, again, these are executives. He believes that he's got a lot of legislators on both sides in that fire station, but he needs executives. He needs people who have the management capability to know when to fast track things and how to get things done. And so, the challenge, it's a Herculean challenge for the mayor to get this process underway and to make progress faster than we have seen in other parts of the state over the past several decades.
All right, Conan, as always, we appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you. And our coverage of the president's visit continues at NBCLA.com and on the NBCLA app. In fact, we have a timeline of the tour and more online. A man is dead after a police shooting in Fountain Valley. This is started, from what I understand, just after 11 a.m. near Masuda Middle School. Now, police say the man ended up inside of a police car, then pointed a gun at police. They say an officer fired several shots, killing him. Before the shooting, police say a male woman was driving in the area and ended up in the chaos. They say that man hit her mail truck. With that police vehicle, that male woman is okay, and so are the officers. Police don't know if the gun he pointed at them was his or if he got it from that police vehicle.
New video from San Diego shows troops near the southern border as President Trump promises to beef up our military presence there. In fact, this is the Imperial Beach Border Patrol Station. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, has confirmed to NBC News that federal agents arrested more than 500 people Thursday. While operations are carried out every day, that figure is nearly double the daily average of arrests in the month of September in 2024. In one instance yesterday, agents were seen entering homes in East Boston. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey, also announced an operation was carried out at a seafood facility in his city yesterday. Security camera video shows agents rounding up workers on duty. They were then questioned about their immigration status. The mayor called the move warrantless and unconstitutional.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury firm for your injury? There's lots of reasons. For over 35 years, we've battled against insurance company giants, and we've won a lot, over $23 billion to date. See our settlements and verdicts for yourself at forthepeople.com. Injured, we became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
It's in our very nature to seek the excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is California's #1 entertainment destination. Grab tickets for The Killers on February 18th. Catch the Lumineers on February 22nd. And country legend Reba McEntire March 20th. Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can by analyzing your unique shape and size. So get custom fitted with bed match only at Sit and Sleep.
Deal. Endless Parmesan shrimp, unlimited pasta, choice of sauce, bottomless salad, or our Italian nachos and bread for only $15.99.
Stop by Famous Dave's in Long Beach for our ribs and all-you-can-eat wings anniversary special for only $14.99. St. Louis style spare ribs, endless traditional wings, choice of 2 sides and a cornbread muffin for $14.99. Only at Famous Dave's in Long Beach.
America's top skaters take the ice.
Absolutely exquisite.
To compete in the Prevagen U.S. Figure Skating Championships.
Makes it look so easy.
Tonight, 8 Eastern on NBC and Peacock.
I've never been SNL host and musical guest in the same week, so I brought in some help to cover with all the hosting duties.
Hello.
Hey.
Please welcome Timothy Chalamet!
He's good. He's really good.
For the first time and only on NBC4, we're learning more about how the cleanup of that hazardous debris left behind from the Eaton and the Palisades fires will be carried out and exactly where some of that toxic material may go.
Lolita Lopez was in Irwindale at the site where federal officials are getting things ready to accept contaminated items.
We're starting. We're going as fast as we can, but we're just starting.
This former LA County park off the 210 freeway in Irwindale has turned into a collection and processing site for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
We've got temporary fencing going up and around the entire property.
These different staging areas will receive hazardous materials found at homes and businesses burned in the Eaton fire. Similar sites are being set up for the Palisades fire. Eric Nold is the federal on-scene coordinator.
This area here that's being built out is where we're going to bring all of the household hazards and materials that'll be collected.
And what type of materials are we talking about when we say household materials?
Household hazardous materials are everything you'd have in your garage, under your sink. Here, we don't want to do any of this type of activity out there in the middle of the community. We bring it here to where we have an engineered design to make it to safely process all of the different materials.
Safety also includes how the materials get from Altadena to Irwindale, some 16 miles apart. He says the freeway will not be shut down and local routes have been pre-approved.
The blue tank over here is where there'll be a brine solution There'll be one of the excavators.
One of the major areas of work will be in the handling and disposal of burned batteries, including lithium batteries found in electric cars. He says they will build on what they learned in 2023 following the Lahaina fire in Maui.
Got a special team brought in that worked the Lahaina battery issues that basically has designed how we do battery operations now.
He says the air and soil will be monitored at the site throughout the process, as much of the materials they gather that can safely be recycled will be, and what needs to be disposed will go to permitted locations that have not been determined at this time. He adds,
we will be checking with Cal EPA to confirm that the facility is RCRA approved and in good standings and no issues, to make sure we're not sending it somewhere to create a new problem.
The work is daunting. Take a look at this map from the Eaton fire. The properties marked in red are deemed destroyed. Thousands upon thousands to survey. Nold, with his decades of experience, describes it like this.
Bigger, sadder, very heartfelt for everybody that's been impacted by this.
Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
All right, taking you outside right now. This is a live picture from Mount Wilson.
Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here with a look at your changing first alert forecast. Hey, Melissa.
Hi there, guys. And yeah, we really have some cooler air up ahead, on and off rain showers, even some snowfall. So we're tracking the issues as we go throughout the rest of our weekend here. I want to show you what's going on as we're looking at a live picture outside of downtown Los Angeles here on this Friday. It's partly cloudy across the region, but this time tomorrow we'll have more clouds across much of our area. We'll talk about the weather headlines and what we can expect as we head into our weekend. First of all, on your Saturday, most of the day, as you wake up tomorrow morning, some sunshine and then sun giving way to more clouds as the day wears on. You're also going to notice it's going to be 10 to 15 degrees below average and much cooler than where we are currently in terms of the numbers. And then once we get into Saturday night into Sunday, we're tracking on and off light to locally moderate showers across the region. But the main and most active time period looks to be Sunday night into Monday, with the possibility of rain, an isolated thunderstorm, and some accumulating snowfall, which is why we've got that flood watch posted mainly for our burn scar areas in LA County. But here's the issue. I want to show you the relative humidity. We're starting to see some improvement. Yesterday, we had these percentages in the single digits. They're starting to come up just a little bit to the teens. So the atmosphere is very dry. That's why it's going to take some time to have the atmosphere rich with moisture as we get into our weekend. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, it's mostly cloudy. As we get more moisture coming on through, we'll start to see those showers develop. In fact, I want to show you the humidity forecast over the next 7 days. Once we get into our Sunday, more moisture in the atmosphere. That means more rain falling from the sky and pressing into our region. Satellite and radar showing you just some high clouds moving on through. I'll widen out the picture here because what we are tracking, this area of low pressure sitting right on top of Southern California. And the update today is that this area of low pressure is starting to pick up a little bit more moisture. It's starting to move a little bit farther to the west. And we talked about that potential yesterday. And if that was going to be the case, that will allow more moisture to work its way into Southern California. So the rain will develop this weekend, and we're watching very specifically the most active time Sunday afternoon into your Monday morning. We'll time this out for you. Futurecast showing you as you get into your Saturday, pockets of some sunshine, lots of clouds across the region. And once we get into about 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, we've got areas of drizzle. But again, as we get into Saturday night, just some isolated activity across the region. We're going to have to wait until we get into our Sunday, and we'll start to see pockets of some locally moderate rain across areas in Santa Clarita as well across areas in Ventura County. And this will be the case on and off even as we get into our Sunday and into our Monday with low snow levels as well. So we've got rain on the way and a winter weather advisory as well. Winter weather advisory in purple for LA and Ventura counties. Winter storm warning, 3 to 6 inches of snow above 4,000 feet and more than a foot above 6,000. So in terms of rainfall, we're calling for 1/10 to 3/4 of an inch. That's the update today. A little bit more moisture moving into the region. And then for the foothills and the mountains, we could find up to 1.5 inches, locally higher amounts than that if we get a thunderstorm moving on through. Keep in mind this rain is spread out over 36 hours, so it's not going to cause major concerns, but still watching the debris flow locations very closely in terms of the burn scars. 60 tomorrow, 60 for the coast, and then we've got temperatures in the 50s as we get into our Monday and Tuesday. Valleys, temperatures this weekend in the 50s and 60s. We're really tracking that moisture as we get into Saturday night, into Sunday, carried over into your Monday. High desert 57, 68 for the low desert, and then we'll start to see improving varying conditions as we get into early next week. Mountains will have numbers in the 40s and 30s this weekend and the potential of some snow, or at least some snow showers up to 5 close to the Grapevine. We'll keep you posted. That's your forecast. NBC 4 News continues right after the break.
You always get more at Simpson.
Expect more, drive more at Simpson Chevrolet.
Lock in your New Year's savings on a new 2025 Chevy Silverado today. Now lease a new 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom for only $395 plus tax per month. Choose from a great selection of new 2025s all in stock, all ready for immediate delivery.
At family-owned Simpson Chevrolet, we're big enough to deal, small enough to care.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. We understand the losses you may have experienced. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses and will fight to ensure that you are fairly compensated by insurance and those responsible. With team members that have been personally affected by these tragic fires, we know what you are going through. You will pay nothing up front and only if we win recovery for your loss. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
What matters most to you is what makes your life meaningful. At Ultimed, we get that. We make your health our priority so you can focus on enjoying those treasured moments. With comprehensive health services under one roof, you can get your lab work done, take your kids to the pediatrician, and pick up dad's prescriptions all in one visit, giving you more time to do what you love. Grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
Some things are just better at home, like picking out new floors. For a limited time, step into savings with up to 40% off your entire project. Our experts bring the showroom to you so you can see samples right in your space. That's Empire's home floor advantage. Don't miss your chance to save on select styles fully installed. Call or visit EmpireToday.com for your free in-home consultation.
Empire Today.
A$AP Rocky's shooting trial got underway here today as a jury of 7 women and 5 men sat for opening statements. Now, the rapper is charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. The 36-year-old rejected a plea deal earlier this week that would have required 6 months in jail. He now faces up to 24 years in prison if convicted.
Timothy Chalamet returns as host and musical guest tomorrow on Saturday Night Live. He plays Bob Dylan in the new film, A Complete Unknown. The cast is excited to welcome him back. They say he embodies the spirit of the show.
He's so much fun. And when a host is so much fun and you can tell that they love where they're at, you're like, oh, I just want you to have the best show.
After tomorrow, SNL will be off for the next couple of weeks to prepare for the 50th anniversary special. Dine LA Restaurant Week is back. This time, the event will benefit wildfire relief efforts. Beginning today, for each reservation at participating restaurants, LA Tourism and Bank of California will donate $5 to the American Red Cross. Restaurant Week ends February 7th. That wraps it up for us at 6 o'clock. I'll see you back here on the news at 7.
And coming up next on the NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, corporations weighing whether to roll back their diversity and inclusion programs in the Trump era. With a resentencing hearing drawing closer for the Menendez brothers, a close relative speaks out. And the newest pandas making their debut at a national zoo. The West Coast edition of Nightly News starts right now.
Tonight, President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration and deportation push. An ICE raid in Newark met with fierce criticism. Military planes now sending migrants from the U.S. to Guatemala, and the president's troop surge at the border. New images of the first of 1,500 additional military personnel now on the ground. Plus, President Trump targeting FEMA, today visiting hurricane-ravaged North Carolina and suggesting scrapping the agency altogether. And the critical vote on Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth. Communications blackout, federal health agencies going quiet, even as bird flu is surging across the country with egg prices on the rise. Mega retailer Target rolling back its DEI initiatives. The growing corporate split over diversity policies as companies like Apple and Costco stand firm. 4 Israeli hostages in Gaza set for release. The names just provided as the tenuous ceasefire holds. Raf Sanchez reports tonight from the Middle East. The new message from the family of Lyle and Eric Menendez, what their cousin told our Stephanie Gosk about the delay in the effort for resentencing. And the good news in Washington, the pandas meet the public. Tom Costello with some of the cutest ambassadors this country has ever seen.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. The new Trump administration making visible strides tonight as it looks to demonstrate the seriousness of its illegal immigration crackdown. Since yesterday, ICE agents carrying out several hundred arrests of undocumented immigrants with criminal histories. Some rounded up during a workplace raid in Newark, New Jersey overnight that has drawn anger from local officials. While along the U.S.-Mexico border, additional troops are now on the ground to reinforce security. Military air crews also flying deportation missions. The wide net being cast by immigration authorities now apparently includes a deportation of certain migrants who are temporarily allowed in the country under rules established by the Biden administration. It's where we begin tonight with Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, a dramatic escalation of President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown. The first of 1,500 extra troops touching down in El Paso, Texas to support border security. And for the first time, migrants being deported not on chartered flights like before, but on military aircraft. 2 flights landing this morning in Guatemala.
We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get.
After a record 10 million illegal border crossings over the past 4 years, ICE now ramping up roundups of undocumented immigrants, making 538 arrests yesterday across the country, doubling its daily average in September. Cities including San Francisco, Salt Lake City, and Atlanta. In Newark, New Jersey, this surveillance video appears to show ICE agents making arrests. City officials and immigrant advocates say ICE agents raided this local business, arresting 3 undocumented immigrants and briefly detaining an American citizen, a military veteran, while they asked him for documentation.
They were scrambling up delivery ramps. They were banging down bathroom doors to make sure no one was hiding inside.
ICE doesn't call them raids, but targeted enforcement operations, adding agents sometimes encounter U.S. citizens while conducting field work and may request identification.
Do you plan to use city resources to impede ICE?
We're not going to participate in what we think is unlawful.
Newark's Democratic Mayor Ras Baraka telling us late today there were 2 more operations in his city where more than a third of the population was born outside the U.S.
Donald Trump won this election. What would you say to Trump supporters who are watching this and saying that's what we voted for?
They're wrong. I would say you're wrong. You were wrong then, and you're wrong now.
Meanwhile, according to this internal memo obtained by NBC News, the Trump administration is reversing another Biden border policy, allowing ICE officials to quickly deport migrants who were legally allowed into the country temporarily under the Biden administration. Back in El Paso, Daniel de la Cruz lives just blocks from the border and praises President Trump for keeping his campaign promise on deportations.
America needs to take care of the American people. I'm glad that Trump is in office implementing the law.
Meantime, Gabe, you have some new reporting about Mexico's role in all of this.
Yes, Lester, 2 U.S. defense officials tell NBC News that Mexico denied access to a U.S. military deportation plane on Thursday. As we mentioned, 2 planes landed in Guatemala today. Meanwhile, here in Newark, the mayor says that he expects more deportations over the next few days. Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. And President Trump has arrived in Los Angeles, where he'll be touring areas devastated by wildfires after visiting a North Carolina neighborhood destroyed by Hurricane Helene, where he blasted FEMA's response and suggested closing down the agency. Here's Peter Alexander.
President Trump today touring damage and hearing from displaced residents in parts of North Carolina ravaged by Hurricane Helene 4 months ago.
I totally feel like that we have been forgotten.
The president, alongside the first lady, again complaining that FEMA's response has been too slow.
Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden.
And floating a potentially dramatic move, eliminating FEMA entirely.
I think, frankly, FEMA's not good. FEMA's turned out to be a disaster. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away.
Instead, proposing the White House send disaster relief directly to states and give governors more control. But a president does not have the power to shut down FEMA and would need Congress to give him the authority to remake or get rid of any agency. FEMA's defenders argue the federal government supports states and has a breadth of expertise and resources to respond that most states do not have. A top Democrat tonight panning the proposal.
I mean, if there's one reason we're one nation under God, it's to deal with disasters. So no, we shouldn't get rid of it.
Meanwhile, the president just landing in L.A. to visit the wildfire zone there, greeted by Governor Gavin Newsom on the tarmac, after repeatedly attacking California's Democratic leaders over the state's response to the disaster, and hours after detailing a pair of demands before he will offer more federal aid to the state.
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state.
Newsom's office says other states don't require voter ID, and California pumps as much water now as it could under Trump's first-term policies, writing conditioning aid for American citizens is wrong. All of it with a final Senate confirmation vote expected tonight on Pentagon pick Pete Hegseth. Earlier, an NBC News review of records from Hegseth's divorce from his second wife, Samantha, includes a court-ordered agreement precluding either of them from saying anything publicly that would disparage the other. Since her ex-husband's nomination, Samantha has commented publicly about him only once, in response to a request from NBC News for comment on an affidavit by his former sister-in-law, Danielle Hegseth. Samantha told NBC News, "There was no physical abuse in my marriage."
And Peter, let's turn back to FEMA for a moment. The president is moving forward with his plan to eventually overhaul it.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lester. A White House official tells me tonight that the president is signing an executive order that will establish a task force to review and provide some of its suggestions to Donald Trump about what to do with the Emergency Management Agency.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. Also tonight, bird flu is surging, hitting poultry farms hard and sending egg prices soaring, just as the Trump administration cuts off public communication from the CDC and other federal health agencies. Here's Maggie Vespa.
Tonight, a communications blackout for America's top public health agencies, with President Trump's acting HHS secretary instructing them to refrain from publicly issuing any document until it has been reviewed and approved by a presidential appointee. This as vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr. awaits confirmation as HHS secretary. The pause set to expire February 1st, with HHS saying they'll consider exceptions for mission-critical announcements on a case-by-case basis. But does America's bird flu crisis qualify? With new cases reported this month in at least 20 states, including at this New York duck farm, where nearly 100,000 birds are set to be euthanized. The virus infecting 67 people in the last year, killing one. Public health experts warn federal agencies can't go silent.
You fear even a brief or temporary pause could have consequences amid this outbreak.
Yes, I do, because there are cases that are accumulating now. There was just guidance updates a couple of days before the Biden administration left office.
Bird flu jumping to other species, including dairy cows. The outgoing Biden administration mandating testing of America's milk supply.
There's absolutely no eggs whatsoever.
This as egg shortages mount and prices soar, up 65% in the last year. Indiana egg farmer Sam Krause has spent millions installing shower and truck washing stations.
We want, as farmers, just to focus on taking good care of our flocks, and then when we're living with this threat.
Chicago area wildlife officials warning the public to avoid sick or dead birds after euthanizing dozens in recent months.
This disease has almost 100% mortality rate in the animals that we are seeing. And so really our options are euthanize what we can, because human health is going to be the utmost priority.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Big changes announced today at Target, the retailer, the latest company to end its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. NBC business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins me. Brian, what have you learned about this move?
Yeah, Lester. Well, the company announcing today that it would be scaling back and ending its 3-year DEI policy, which would include making changes to a supplier diversity program that sought to increase the amount of products in its stores from black businesses. Now, in a memo to employees that was seen by NBC News, the company cited the evolving external landscape as the reason. But this is a major turn for a company headquartered in Minneapolis, the same city where George Floyd was murdered in 2020, sparking a wave of corporate initiatives on DEI. But now Target joins the likes of Lowe's, Walmart, and McDonald's in scaling back its policies. But companies still defending theirs, Microsoft, Apple, and Costco, where just yesterday more than 98% of shareholders rejected a proposal to pare back their DEI policies. A resounding vote there, Lester.
All right, Brian, thanks very much. Turning overseas now, where the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is holding 5 days after it went into effect. Under the deal, more hostages are set to be released tomorrow. Raf Sanchez joins me now from Israel. Raf, we learned today which hostages will be freed.
Lester, Hamas says it'll release 4 female soldiers, the first time it's freed Israeli military personnel. And a warning, some of this footage is disturbing. They're known as the Watchtower Girls, unarmed women soldiers taken from an observation post. 18-year-old Liri Albag trying to speak to the Hamas gunman.
That's what you mean? What?
While Nama Levy paraded through Gaza, sweatpants appearing stained with blood. Now Hamas says they're going home, along with 2 comrades, in exchange for 200 Palestinian prisoners, as the ceasefire continues to hold nearly 1 week in. Palestinian families have spent the days since the truce making painful pilgrimages to the ruins of their homes. Ahmed Al-Qudra set off on that journey a little after 9 a.m. Sunday. But unbeknownst to him, the ceasefire had been delayed. Hamas had not handed over the names of the hostages it planned to free. And so Israel's airstrikes continued, one of them destroying this police vehicle. The IDF says it was hitting terror targets, but the blast also killed Ahmed, along with his 16-year-old son Adli and his 6-year-old daughter, Sama. She died around 9:30 a.m., 1 hour, 45 minutes before the guns finally went silent. One of, if not the very last, child killed before the ceasefire. She was like a rose, her mother says, a little girl who imagined her own wedding day and pleaded with her mom for a banana, a rare luxury in wartime Gaza. Now mourning for a small girl who asked for so little and came so close to surviving this pitiless war. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Jerusalem.
We will take a break here, and in 60 seconds, our interview with a close cousin of the Menendez brothers, what she told us about the potential for their resentencing as the family waits for the new DA's decision.
Do your dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel MyBo. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. For relief, that's MyBo. Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. What does treating dry eye differently feel like? MyBo. For relief that feels MyBo. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
I can't wait for tonight. The kids are coming? Great. No, Uncle Todd is out. Oh, wait, he's in? Chris and I broke up. We're back together.
Easy Glide extendable tables, now available at Ashley.
We're back with developments in the Menendez brothers' murder case, their cousin on why she believes they deserve to get out of prison. She spoke with our Stephanie Gosk.
When 2 brothers shot their parents in a Beverly Hills home in 1989, family tragedy became public fascination, and it still is.
To have the public spectacle for decade after decade has been very difficult.
Anna Maria Baralt is the Menendez brothers' first cousin.
We played in a lot of pools, we ran around. I mean, they were full of life.
Sentenced to life without parole, Baralt never thought her cousins would be released. Until now.
We're in constant contact. Are they hopeful? I think that they are cautiously hopeful.
A resentencing hearing set for next week has been pushed to March, but it's still happening. Set in motion by LA's previous district attorney, George Gascon, after recent TV shows drew new attention to Jose Menendez's alleged abuse of his sons.
If you look at Lyle and Eric as people, not just a blanket life without parole sentence, I think that you are forced to confront their incredible rehabilitation.
But George Gascon has been replaced with a new DA who says he's not interested in watching the shows.
We will look at each case separately, which is the way they actually should be handled. We'll look at each victim separately.
The decision to pursue resentencing now rests in his hands. Didn't it seem like the new DA took a step back from where Gascon was?
It did feel like in his interviews he was saying that. However, I'm going to take him at his word when he says that he's doing the hard work.
Hoping, she says, that he looks not only at what her cousins did, but who they have become. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
And still ahead as we continue here tonight, he helped transform a neighborhood. Now his property taxes are up more than 600% and his business at risk. The cost of living is next.
Even with my mom's Alzheimer's, we've still been close. But when she developed agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease, a distance came between us. She'd get upset when I'd try to help, began wandering, even started swearing. She got agitated often, so we talked to her doctor.
Rexulti is the only FDA-approved medication proven to reduce agitation symptoms that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death, weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
Rexulti helped reduce my mom's symptoms.
Take action for your loved one. Talk to their doctor today about Rexulti.
And Doug.
You'll be back! Emus can't help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. You're just a flightless bird!
No, he's a dreamer, Frank.
And Doug.
Well, I'll be. That bird really did it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Krista, it's time to fess up.
About?
You're over 45 and still haven't screened for colon cancer.
We all knew. This is like the third year she's turned 44.
Okay.
I wasn't ready. What, drink all that prep? Cancel brunch plans? I can't.
Ask for Cologuard. It's a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive.
No prep, and you use it at home.
False positive and negative results may occur. Those at high risk should use colonoscopy.
Skip the drama. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helped 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about EYLEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
We are Seller's Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, offering solutions for every situation.
No hassles, no fees or commissions, and no repairs. Leave what you want, and we take care of the rest.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
The all-new $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's Restaurants. Choose from 8 great brewhouse entrees. And get the sweetest ending ever, a free personal Pizookie dessert. An entree plus free dessert, just $13. That's a sweet deal.
Racial and economic dividing line undergoing a transformation. Since then, there has been progress on Troost, but as Antonia Hilton reports, for some, that has led to new problems.
Last September, each day before he opened up his juice shop, Ruby Jeans, Chris Good took the same walk along Kansas City's Troost Avenue that he would make as a child.
And this is the same corner, the same bus stop that you used to go to as a kid.
This is our bus stop.
The difference now is that he owns part of the block. This was his dream, to bring his community access to vibrant, nutritious food.
Thank y'all so much for the patience.
Good launched his business in 2015 to honor his grandmother, Ruby Jean, who passed away from diabetes.
She loved us endlessly, and the way that she communicated that love the most was through her food.
Good was also answering a call in his community, helping to revitalize a poor neighborhood. He opened a store in his childhood neighborhood in 2017. 5 years later, he bought the building right on Troost Avenue.
You look west of the line, it's about 95% white. You look east of the line, it's about 95% black.
In 2018, Lester reported on the role Troost Avenue played as Kansas City's historic racial dividing line. A transformation underway then continues today. New high-end condo buildings, trendy restaurants, and businesses like Ruby Jeans, filling long-time vacant real estate.
I would love something, thank you.
But progress comes with a price.
What's it been like for you trying to hold on and grow this business?
It's been tough.
In 2023, Good received a letter from the county. Following a new property value assessment, his taxes were going up by 657%. At first, he thought it was an error. But homeowner taxes were going up too. To Good, his level of increase just seemed unfair.
There's somebody stroking a piece of paper with a pen, apathetically, unconsciously, has no connection to the service that we provide to this city, the gravity that we are for this city.
But in a statement to NBC News, Jackson County said the increase was fair and reasonable, that state law requires the county to reassess properties every 2 years. And in the case of Chris Good, rising demand and investment in the surrounding area have driven higher property values, which have impacted assessments across the region. The county adding that aligning property values with the market helps address historical systemic inequities. Good is now staring down a $60,000 tax bill he says he can't afford, and one for now he says he won't pay.
I refuse. You're not gonna run us out of here.
Not willing to abandon the dream that a young boy from the east side could own a piece of this place too. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Kansas City, Missouri.
And coming up, the crowds can barely contain themselves as these new residents of Washington make their public debut. The good news is next.
Known for pursuing your passions. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 17 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers is early-stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early-stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continued alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune system problems such as Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. If you've had or plan to have an organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, receive chest radiation, or have a nervous system condition such as myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
When bad allergies attack, trust Claritin to keep you in the game. Nothing has proven more powerful for continuous non-drowsy allergy relief. Live Claritin Clear.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily extended-release TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TD movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking reserpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
Today is home to the biggest stars. Next week, Will Ferrell stops by, plus Pete Davidson. And Monday, country superstar Kelsey Ballerini and Broadway legend Idina Menzel performs live. Monday on Today.
Why do you watch Today in LA?
It keeps you prepared. It's really trustworthy.
It's informative.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news.
News in my neighborhood, and that is so critical right now in the times that we're living in.
We watch you every day.
Every day, every hour.
Keep watching Today in LA.
Finally tonight, Washington and much of the country have been fixated on two newcomers to D.C. who have stolen the attention but have zero interest in politics. Tom Costello with the good news tonight.
While new occupants have moved into the nation's capital, it's the other new residents just up the street who have complete bipartisan support. They're snow surfing, somersaults, and tree climbing, stealing hearts at the Smithsonian National Zoo. On loan from China, 3-year-olds Bao Li and Qing Bao today made their official public debut.
We're the only place on the planet where people can see giant pandas for free.
Lisa Barhan and 5-year-old Jaden came from Cleveland wading an 18-degree cold at 5:30 a.m.
They've always been special. I've loved them since I was a kid.
There is something special about watching a giant panda chomp down on bamboo on a cold day in January. It's just kind of calming.
I think pandemonium is going to break out right here at the zoo.
Pandas first came to Washington in 1972, part of a diplomatic and global conservation program that was put on pause in 2023 as U.S.-Chinese relations soured. Now Bao Li and Qing Bao are finding their bearings in their new home.
Our shared love for pandas has deepened my conviction that China and the United States have much more in common than what divides us.
You want to play? There you go.
They'll be here for 10 years. 2 more pandas are at the San Diego Zoo as pandiplomacy returns. Tom Costello, NBC News at the National Zoo.
And that is nightly news for this Friday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
This fire is impacting truly everyone.
But right now, we're getting a glimmer of hope with a grassroots volunteer effort.
People helping people. And this is the most beautiful example of that happening.
Everybody feels the need to help in some way.
Now at Johnny Carino's, enjoy our 4 for $15.99 all-you-can-eat shrimp and pasta meal deal. Endless Parmesan shrimp, unlimited pasta, choice of sauce, bottomless salad, or our Italian nachos and bread for only $15.99.
Stop by Famous Steaks in Long Beach for our ribs and all-you-can-eat wings anniversary special for only $14.99. St. Louis-style spare ribs, endless traditional wings, choice of 2 sides and a cornbread muffin for $14.99. Only at Famous Steaks in Long Beach.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, Bed match recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you. During our New Year, New You sale, save up to $1,000 on select brands and get 0% financing for 24 months.
Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price, or your mattress is free.
Let's go.
Monday at 2 on NBC4.
Now at 7, President Trump tours the Palisades fire zone and meets with homeowners and local leaders. We'll break down his visit and the tense exchange with the mayor. Plus, weekend rain is headed our way. How much rain to expect and the timeline of when it will arrive. David Bigger with your first alert forecast coming up.
NBC4 News at 7 starts with breaking news.
And so we'll get to the president's visit in just a moment, but we begin with the rain that is headed our way. Our meteorologist David Bigger is tracking it all in our first alert forecast. David.
Yeah, so the rain will arrive as we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening, but the first part of the day looks like it'll be actually pretty dry across the region. So here's what it looks like right now from one of our Mount Wilson cameras looking out across the San Gabriel Valley, where right now you can see it's looking pretty clear out there. As we get into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow, we will be watching the clouds increase, and I think we'll actually start the day pretty dry initially, then we'll start to get some showers as we get into the afternoon and the evening hours. Most of those showers will be light, but as we get into Sunday, the activity will increase a bit, and so will the intensity of some of the showers. A couple of these might be on the moderate to heavy side, and that does bring a little bit of concern for some of our burn scars, where we will likely see some runoff regardless of the shower activity. But if any of them are heavy enough, we do have the risk for maybe getting some mudslides or debris flows, although I think that risk is still pretty slight. We do have a flood watch up for a couple parts of LA County into some sections of Ventura County, covering the Palisades fire, the Hughes fire, the Hearst fire, the Eden fire, and the Bridge fire burn scars, although I think out of all of these, the highest risk for seeing anything would probably be the Eden fire burn scar. As we take a look at the rainfall totals, this is what we're going to be seeing with this next storm, about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of rainfall, but closer to the mountains, including some of these burn scars, we could see up to 1.5 inches of rain. Most of this will be beneficial rainfall, kind of the light to maybe at times moderate rain. It'll help improve air quality and keep some of the ash down, but we will be watching to see if any of these are on the heavier side, and I've got details on that coming up in just a couple of minutes.
All right, David, thank you. And before the rain gets here, it's a good time to download the NBCLA app. You can always get weather alerts sent directly to your phone and track live radar to see when the rain will be in your area. President Trump just wrapped up his trip to view the damage in the neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades, and he made a promise to cut federal red tape and support in the rebuilding process. President Trump touched down at LAX just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, where he and the First Lady were greeted by Governor Newsom. The president emphasized everyone needs to work together and promised firefighters and homeowners alike.
It's a homeowner who had said that they had just heard it was going to take 18 months.
Heard last night, they said.
Right, last night, just to clear the lot. 18 months, a year and a half. That was this exchange. Here's how it started.
We were all told that the EPA said it would be 3 to 6 months to check all the dirt, and then it would be another 18 months to clear all the lots. So we're all sitting here now, and
is that local?
Yeah.
Yes. You got to do. You got to.
So when we're sitting here now, and Mayor,
I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits.
We are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything, so that people can begin the process right away.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it, I mean, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
People are all over the place. They're standing and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
No, it's not even a permit. That's what you guys talked about.
And that was last
to clear the lots. 18 months to clear the lots.
We can't even see our homes right now. We are blocked from entering our streets. We can't even. This is our first time we saw our house was yesterday.
Therein lies the frustration, and I'm sure in the Altadena area, the same things, there's the same frustration. And I don't think there's a good answer to this. A year and a half to clear the lot, I can see why they're upset over that, but there are a lot of lots, thousands of lots to clear, and then they got to figure out where to put everything.
Well, we have a story about that coming up. They're talking about Irwindale. Lolita Lopez worked on that. But you can understand the frustration.
Oh, absolutely.
And there was a little... there was some frustration that the president went to the Palisades and not necessarily to Altadena to look at the neighborhoods there.
Right, and to that degree, there was representation for those who are impacted by the Eaton fire, and among them was Catherine Barger, the supervisor that represents that. That was the first point that she wanted to make, is that, listen, we have 10,000 essentially structures that were lost in that fire, and they need the same kind of attention. Here was the county supervisor at this meeting.
These are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job.
That was an applause line there in the fire station, but it speaks to the enormity of the problem going forward, not just for the homeowners. They have their own hell that they have to go through, but for the electeds navigating a system that is not easy to navigate. And remember, they're thinking about the long-term health and safety of the public. So when it comes to clearing that lot, it's not just as easy as saying, you know what, bring a wheelbarrow, clean what you got, and it's all good. It's going to take longer than that.
So, bottom line here, did the mayor, did the governor, did homeowners, did first responders, did everyone get the feeling that the federal government was there for support from this business?
I think it was a little frustrating at times, but I think, yes, they got what they wanted, a commitment by the president that the money's coming.
We talked about disposing of hazardous waste. That's a story coming up right here. For the first time, and only on NBC4, we're learning more about the cleanup process, the hazardous debris left behind from the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, and how it will be carried out. Lolita Lopez has more from Irwindale on how toxic materials are being brought in and disposed of safely.
We're starting. We're going as fast as we can, but we're just starting.
This former LA County park off the 210 freeway in Irwindale has turned into a collection and processing site for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
We've got temporary fencing going up and around the entire property.
These different staging areas will receive hazardous materials found at homes and businesses burned in the Eaton fire. Similar sites are being set up for the Palisades fire. Eric Nold is the federal on-scene coordinator.
This area here that's being built out is where we're going to bring all of the household hazards and materials that'll be collected.
And what types of materials are we talking about when we say household materials?
Household hazardous materials are everything you'd have in your garage, under your sink. Here, we don't want to do any of this type of activity out there in the middle of the community. We bring it here to where we have an engineered design to make it to safely process all of the different materials.
Safety also includes how the materials get from Altadena to Irwindale, some 16 miles apart. He says the freeway will not be shut down and local routes have been pre-approved.
The blue tank over here is where there'll be a brine solution. There'll be one of the excavators.
One of the major areas of work will be in the handling and disposal of burned batteries, including lithium batteries found in electric cars. He says they will build on what they learned in 2023 following the Lahaina fire in Maui.
Got a special team brought in that worked the Lahaina battery issues that basically has designed how we do battery operations now.
He says the air and soil will be monitored at the site throughout the process, as much of the materials they gather that can safely be recycled will be, and what needs to be disposed will go to permitted locations that have not been determined at this time. He adds,
we will be checking with Cal EPA to confirm that that facility is RCRA approved and in good standings and no issues, to make sure we're not sending it somewhere to create a new problem.
The work is daunting. Take a look at this map from the Eaton fire. The properties marked in red are deemed destroyed. Thousands upon thousands to survey. Nold, with his decades of experience, describes it like this.
Bigger, sadder, very heartfelt for everybody that's been impacted by this.
Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
Now, the inspections by the EPA are free for affected owners, take about 30 minutes apiece. The property will get a sign to show it was checked and ready for debris removal. They say if you see them, they're trying to ensure everyone's safety, so simply let them do their work. We have breaking news right now from Washington. The Senate just confirmed Pete Hegseth as President Trump's defense secretary. Vice President J.D. Vance was the tie-breaking vote here, 51-50. Senator Mitch McConnell, along with two other Republican senators, voted with Democrats against the confirmation. Hegseth was facing explosive allegations of sexual assault, but he was never prosecuted. We'll have more on this tonight at 11. Meantime, coming up ahead of the rain this weekend, those in the Eaton fire burn scar area are preparing. We are live with the very latest.
Is this your house? Is there anything we can do to help you, sir?
When disasters swept our communities, we stood together.
Our photographer also helped you out.
Yeah.
He had one camera on one hand and a fire hose.
Going at it.
Because every decision counts.
And I see our duplex on fire.
And every moment matters. We're not just reporting the news. We're helping you through it. NBC4, here for you, every day, every night.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
Find a seating solution that adapts to your lifestyle at Living Spaces, where we offer a variety of modular collections that are flexible, functional, and versatile. Switch, change, and rearrange configurations to fit your room and meet your needs. You can start small or go big with your design, thanks to separate components that come together in many ways. Our modular assortment spans tons of different styles, so there's something for everyone. Discover why modular is so popular and experience it for yourself, only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Races on tonight to get Altadena and Pasadena ready for this weekend storm and to get all the neighborhoods protected. NBC4's Macy Jenkins live in Altadena right now, where we understand families are picking up free sandbags. Macy?
They have been doing that all day, Colleen. I am just north of the Avison School of Leaders, where you can see a bunch of these concrete barriers known as K-rail have been put in place all throughout the foothill area. Crews have been distributing them today to try to protect places that have already been impacted by the Eaton fire. Now, earlier today, CAL FIRE and LA County workers helped fill sandbags for people looking to put extra protection around their properties. The California Office of Emergency Services mobilizing more than 400 state personnel today to conduct a watershed protection mission ahead of this weekend's rain. This staging site off of the 210 in Irwindale, holding more than 4,000 linear feet of K-rail, with more on the way. The goal, of course, to redirect debris and mud around structures, some of which have been left vulnerable after the fire. Officials warning locals who've returned to their homes they need to be ready for possible rushing water during the storm.
A mud and debris flow can travel faster than you can run. There can be numerous materials that can be dangerous or deadly. An example is trees and cars and other material that can severely injure or kill you. Do not attempt to cross any mud or debris flow. As mentioned, your best course of action is to evacuate early if it's needed or get to the highest part of your residence.
There are 3 sandbag locations in the area. They'll be open 24/7 for anyone in need. You can find those at Victory Park, Robinson Park, and the Altadena Golf Course. That's the very latest. Reporting live from Altadena tonight, Macy Jenkins, NBC4 News.
All right, Macy, thank you for that. Meteorologist David Bigger is here now. Let's talk about the timing of this rain. The winds are gone for the most part.
And the rain will start as we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening. I think it'll start pretty light, though. So that's the good news, is we initially get some beneficial rain. This is the kind of rain that we want to see to help extinguish any remaining smoldering from any of the fires. And then we'll start to see a little bit of an intensity change as we get into Sunday. And I'll explain a little bit more on what's behind that and some of the things we're keeping an eye on as we head into the Sunday time frame. So let's pick up Futurecast right around 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. You'll notice no green here on Futurecast just yet, so we're not looking at any rainfall. We have plenty of clouds in the area. We'll definitely start off on the mostly cloudy side, and it may look at times like it wants to rain, but the atmosphere is still so dry at this point that nothing's going to be able to get to the surface until we get closer to maybe the middle of the day, where you see a little tiny green speck trying to pop up there. But I think it's really more of the afternoon where you start to see more spotty showers across the region, and all of these are pretty much on the light side. And you can tell that because if you look closely, they're all this bright green color. You're not seeing a lot of the dark green, occasional little spots over some of our elevated areas, and you are starting to see some snow across the area mountains. But I want you to see what happens as we go from Saturday into Sunday. Specifically, look at the color of some of these showers. Sunday morning, still a lot of the light green in here, but we're occasionally getting these little pockets of that darker green. And as we get into the afternoon, cold air comes sweeping into the region, and that starts leading to what we call convective showers, where they start to get a little bit heavier, and we can't necessarily rule out maybe the chance of hearing a rumble of thunder out there. So here's what it looks like by 6 p.m. Now notice we have this dark green in here. We have some yellows popping up. These are the kind of showers that are a little more concerning, especially around some of our burn scars. Most of this rain will likely fall underneath what we watch for burn scar concerns, and that's about half an inch an hour or more. Anything over that is where we start to see maybe some debris flows. Most of this rainfall, again, will fall below that threshold, so we're pretty good so far. As we go through the overnight hours, though, you start to get a lot more of these yellows popping up, and it's all a matter of where this is going to be moving. If one of these heavier showers sets up and sits over a burn scar, that's a problem. I think most of these showers will be moving along and should avoid the burn scars, but I just want you to know the risk is there. I'm not trying to scare you about anything. I'm just trying to keep you informed that there is a risk of any of this. I think most of what we're going to be seeing as we go through the next couple of days will be some runoff coming off the burn scars, a lot of water, and that water will be picking up a lot of ash, soot, and even small debris. You don't want to come into contact with that stuff. It's not very good for your health. Just stay away from it. And as the officials were telling you in Macy's story, don't try to cross anything that you're seeing that's rushing, because you can really get hurt with that. So just keep that in mind. And by the time we get into Monday morning, we still have some lingering showers. Some of them are still on the heavy side occasionally, but I think we're starting to get toward the back end of this weather system. And by Tuesday, we're essentially done with it. Let me show you this on the 7-day forecast. Basins on top, coastlines down below. So it's the afternoon and evening for tomorrow that we start getting some light rain. As we get into Sunday, that's where the intensity picks up a bit. But again, it's very hit or miss showers. It's not going to be consistently raining all day. You might get rained on, might be pretty heavy, and then it might stop. As we get into Monday, it's just some more shower activity, and then we're essentially done, and things dry out as we head toward the middle of next week. Here's how it looks for the inland spots. Valleys on top, i.e. forecast down below. As we show you the shower activity for the week, I want to point out that of all the burn scars, it's really the ones closest to the mountains, so the Eden Fire and the Hughes Fire, that we're going to be watching the closest as we get into Sunday and Monday, and then drier as we head toward the middle of the week. It'll be windy for the high desert for tomorrow. Occasional chance of showers. Same with Sunday, just a few shower chances out there, and then dry for the middle of the week, and plenty of snow across the area mountains. Above 5,000 feet, we could pick up as much as a foot of snow closer to the resorts. Also pretty windy as we get into the weekend. That's a look at your forecast. We'll be right back after this break.
You always get more at Simpson.
Expect more, drive more at Simpson Chevrolet.
Lock in your New Year's savings on a new 2025 Chevy Silverado today. Now lease a new 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Custom for only $395 plus tax per month. Choose from a great selection of new 2025s all in stock, all ready for immediate delivery.
At family-owned Simpson Chevrolet, we're big enough to deal, small enough to care.
This February, get ready for a hilarious night of stand-up with Brian Regan. Saturday, February 15th at 8 p.m. One of the most respected stand-up comedians in show business and star of multiple Netflix comedy specials, Brian Regan has delivered nonstop laughs to sold-out crowds across the country for decades. Get your tickets at Saboba.com. Don't miss legendary funny man Brian Regan. Saboba Casino Resort.
From the moment we're born, our lives are a series of new beginnings, new learnings, new goals, new habits. At Ultimed, we're with you through every stage of life, offering comprehensive health services, from behavioral health to preventive screenings and specialized services for older adults, all under one roof, because with every new beginning, there's an opportunity to grow healthy. With Ultimed.
you may be entitled to significant compensation for your wildfire damages, even beyond the limits of your policy. And if you're uninsured, you may also be eligible to have your losses covered. Our legal team has recovered billions for our clients. We will help you with your legal claim from start to finish, and there are no upfront fees. Call 800-410-6888 now for a free consultation or go to disasterattorneys.com.
When you're craving juicy, tender, delicious chicken, there's only one thing that can help. Redbird Farms frozen chicken breasts. Bursting with flavor and perfect for your busy life, Redbird Farms chicken breasts bring a healthy, flavorful meal to your entire family. Come lunchtime, dinner time, or anytime in between. Head to the frozen section to stock up on Redbird Farms frozen chicken breasts. What real chicken tastes like.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
The flames may be out, but the story is far from over. NBC4 investigates the aftermath of the devastating wildfires.
I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life.
Families facing fraud, red tape, and broken promises. Critical mistakes revealed. And through it all, a story of heroes and resilience. NBC4 is digging deeper, asking tough questions, and holding leaders accountable. Stay with us right here, because recovery isn't the end. It's just the beginning. NBC4U.
This Sunday marks 5 years since Kobe, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others were killed in a helicopter crash. On the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death, we remember his legacy and his impact beyond the court, including his support for homeless young people. The Hollywood nonprofit My Friend's Place is thankful for that time that Kobe Bryant walked through their doors in June of 2011. Kobe and his wife Vanessa stopped by to listen to homeless youth. They donated money and shoes. We'll be right back.
Celebrate and save big at Jerome's President's Day event, going on now. Shop on-trend styles for every room of your home, like this Kingston sofa featuring Jerome's patented dream seating, now just $4.99. Or this Percy 4-piece bedroom set with queen storage bed, now just $9.99.
Plus, we have even more ways to save. Get 60 months no interest financing, or we'll pay the state sales tax.
Deals this good won't last long, so hurry in today for the Jerome's President's Day event, going on now.
I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR, plus up to $1,000 SoCal wildfire relief.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Oh yeah, steam time!
if Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you, it's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. We understand the losses you may have experienced. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses and will fight to ensure that you are fairly compensated by insurance and those responsible. With team members that have been personally affected by these tragic fires, we know what you are going through. You will pay nothing up front and only if we win recovery for your loss. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
Eight Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, making it simple and worry-free.
Let us help you solve your home selling situation, whatever it is. Get a fair as-is cash offer today.
Visit SellersAdvantage.com.
David Bigger is back right now with a final check of the weather for the weekend.
And Colleen, I just wanted to readdress the flood watch that we have for our area. This is up for the weekend, so you can see it goes from 4 p.m. Sunday through 4 p.m. Monday. I know a lot of folks around, some of our burn scars are very concerned about this. I don't want you to necessarily be afraid. I just want you to be very aware of some of the stuff that might be happening this weekend. We will likely see some runoff coming off the burn scars. It's water going to be mixed with ash and soot and maybe some small debris. But if we do get any of those heavier showers or thunderstorms and it happens to move over a burn scar, that's a little bit more of a concern. But again, these are all going to be very hit or miss, so it's so hard to say exactly how high the risk is.
As always, though, we'll be keeping an eye on the situation for you. That wraps it up for us at 7. We hope to see you back here tonight at 11. Access Hollywood is next.
Come to Mathis Home and save during our annual clearance event. We have the state's largest selection of sofas with huge discounts on all the latest styles. Get this luxurious sofa covered in a soft, durable leather. It's made to sell for much more, but we have it clearance priced at just $9.98. They're in stock now, so you get fast delivery absolutely free. For the best value, come to the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Get more for less with Nissan's epic offering of 6 2025 models starting under $30K. Like the award-winning Sentra, the best-selling Rogue, and the all-electric Leaf. All with available Safety Shield 360. Visit your local Nissan dealer to check out the affordable lineup of Nissan vehicles today.
Now get $750 bonus cash on the 2025 Nissan Sentra, or get $1,500 customer cash on the 2025 Nissan Rogue.
The most important thing is family. AAA shares the same family values. For over 100 years, AAA has been providing legendary service and has helped what it values most, its members. Join our family, and you could save on your auto insurance policy with our competitive pricing. We offer you our support when you need it, whether it's questions about your policy or with our most trusted roadside assistance service. Visit AAA.com/insurance and find out how much you could save.
If you've been injured in an accident, you might feel like you're drowning in bills with no lifeline in sight. After an accident, you need help. Don't waste time. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker right away. We've won over $2 billion for our clients because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. Consultations are always free, and you pay nothing until we win. Call Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Major drama in the courtroom just as Ace